Hello. Wait. Oh, yes, it's on. Hello. How are you? Look at this art work thing that I have got here. You should be starting to do things with Envy soon. Um, yes. Look how many people are gonna tune in. Tune in, everyone. Tune in and like the stream and stuff. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool artwork we got going on. I haven't done art stream in like a while. Let's put on some relaxing music. Because I feel like none of the jobs I applied for are going to call me back. They will. Dr. Jones! Hello, Dr. Jones. Look at this. I'm gonna put on some music, okay? Put on some music. Smoothie! How do you like the smoothie, huh? Exciting? Excitement? You have gentle music. Gentle music is for pussy. In a moment, we have to listen to this ungentle music first. Because we have to get pumped on this stream. Okay? This is a stream to get pumped. Hype up. I like using the 3D models, so I've been kind of wow, yeah, that's right. That's right. Gentle is for cowards and perverts. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? And jockeys. Hello, Emily. Do you know what I mean? This is the best music ever. Hi, Lucia, Dr. John. Hi, Greater Rain. Hello. Wait, why aren't you people joining this beautiful stream? Big, beautiful stream. This is a big, beautiful stream. Why aren't people joining it? Greater Rain, do you know? People hate art, that's why. People hate art streams, you know? If only people did not hate art, Greater Rain. If only. Am I official of this channel at this point? What do you mean? Dr. Jones, I just wanted to say thanks for being my friend. Thank you for being here, Emily. Yes. It's true. Hold on. Where is my... You shouldn't trust me. I am Zelensky's stooge. I am his propagandist, as some would say. You know what I mean? I cannot believe that the Zochilix is not here. I hunt the child like a ghost with Kiev. Okay, now we can do gentle music. Oh no, wait, I actually like this track a lot, so no, we're doing this track. You know what I mean? Wait, why is the chat so quiet? I have so many things to talk to all of you about. Especially when it comes to these bad narratives about Ukraine. You know what I mean? You understand what I have to put forward? Should I actually advertise that on live or something? I feel like I have more people on the voice chat than I have live. Lucy is in this Expedition 33 music which is copyrighted? No. Game music is rarely copyrighted. Like, if Expedition 33 music was copyrighted, then how would I be able to play Expedition 33 without all my streams getting demonetized? It's too late. President Sunday told me to get out and to advertise in Dylan Burns's instead. Like what? Like, you know, like I feel like certain people really miss the mark when it comes to critiques of Ukraine. Certain people. I heard that Kevin Logan did a video responding to President Sunday's Ukraine stuff. Oh no, this is copyrighted. No, this is copyrighted. Okay, let's here we go. This is great music. Kudos for these who recognize this music. I want to watch the Kevin Logan video, actually. I want to see Kevin Logan's video. You'll get bonus points from me if you recognize this music. If you can tell me where this music is from, then you will be... I will give my props to you. Okay? I will consider you a true gamer. Your taste in game is very good. I mean, what music am I gonna play on stream that's not gonna be tracked? What am I supposed to play on stream? Viagra Boys? Queen? Play Pigeon? No. Video game music is not gonna be struck, of course not. Again, if video game music was struck, then you could never play video games on stream. Okay, Emil. This I will be getting milkshake. Thank you. Listen, do you recognize where this is from? Listen, where is this from? Try to guess where this is from. Come on. I know I have gamers in my stream. Come on. I know some of you are gamers. Oh man. None of you are real gamers. I am... Yeah. This is very nice, huh? Wisdom for proportions. Hold on. Especially since I've got other things. I do artwork for those, what do you call it? Announcements. Something Final Fantasy. No, it's not Final Fantasy. Oh my god. Some obscure JRPG no one of us has heard of. Wow, it's not an obscure RPG. It's one of the most famous JRPGs of all time. Which I'm going, now I know I have to play that on stream because you all are, I don't know even what to tell you. I feel so much disappointment. The disappointment is flashing through me, you know? I will tell you one thing, okay? I will tell you one thing for all the detractors of Ukrainian Anna, okay? Ukrainian Anna has sublime game taste, okay? Ukrainian Anna has a sublime taste in games. We spent a whole chunk of time talking about video games. And our taste in video games align. Like, a lot. Anna has a Final Fantasy IX character tattooed on her arm. Lucy's disappointment is immeasurable and her day is ruined. Yes, that's right. How could you do this to me? I mean, you can make amends. You can always make amends by donating or subscribing. Oh, wait, what? So hold on, let's do something. Okay, let's do Tales of Orchestra. Richard Tell. The music was from Xenogears, by the way. Xenogears. Xenogears. This is why I don't like doing those art streams, because nobody's interested. Like 4 people in the chat, nobody's interested in my drawings. Everybody says they are interested in my drawing streams, but when I do them, nobody comes. Everybody's like, Lucy, we don't care about your art crap. Xenogears. Xenogears was the first Xenoblade. Then you had Xenosaga, and then you had Xenoblade. Xenogears on the PlayStation. First PlayStation console. Music so loud. Hello, DJ Maskin. Oh, hello, welcome to the stream. You usually just comment on the videos. How are you? Hello. Thank you. How are you? Oh, I should. Usually I put the microphone on my lap, but I have the tablet on my lap now, so it's impossible. Oh, it's a hard drive, not a phone. Okay, now it should be better. Microphone wise. Hello, Art Lucy, by far my favorite Lucy. Oh, really? You like my art streams? I was complaining that nobody liked my art streams, actually. I was just crying, whining, and complaining about how nobody likes my art streams, you know? I did this earlier. How do you like this one? Do you want me to watch the Kevin Logan video? Lucy, I have a music. I have never played Blasphemous, so I will not like it. Okay? I never played Blasphemous. It has to be from a game that I've played. Actually, which video has Kevin Logan watched? I wanna... Kevin Logan is great. Sure, watch Kevin Logan. What was even Blasphemous? Hold on, what was Blasphemous? What is Blasphemous? Oh. This game actually looks excellent. Okay, give me the... What's the name of the... What's the name of the track? Actually, that piqued my interest. Blasphemous Ost. That game actually looks very good. If it's the game that I... It's the Metroidvania game, right? There we go. That game actually... I want to play it, actually. I actually want to play Blasphemous from what I'm seeing of it. Okay, we'll listen to some Blasphemous music and then we'll watch the Kevin Logan thing. I'm not sure if you're gonna do a reading, that because Envy is not really being... Envy is not saying anything or not being active, so we might have to put our reading on hold. Oh, I know this person, I think. Cat. Who's Cat? Hello. This is the soundtrack, right? Oh, you want me to watch this particular video? Copy link address. Paste. Oh no, you just gave me full soundtrack. There we go. We got so much things to do, you know? So little time. Alright, let's go. Yeah, you wanna watch some Kevin Logan? I wanna watch Kevin Logan while still drawing though. 2D Souls like, yeah. It looks really good. Vastman is a very cool Souls-like game. Hello, Vladimir. Like, Greater and just said that we had opposite tastes in gaming, but Blasphemous actually looks really good. It looks like a game that I would really like. Okay, let's watch the Kevin Logan thing. I hope I can find it. I'm gonna try to be mega hyper charitable.
Institutions within.
Look, this is President Sunday.
In May 20.
Okay, I'm gonna have to set up the thing. So we have like... Oh, I know. I'm gonna set up a second computer with the chat. I burped. Sorry. It's my nature to be a burper. Hold on. Let me. I have to set up things. Clip Studio. Where is it? Where is this? I have to move Clip Studio. Hold on. Here. Here. Browser. Where is it? God, where is it? Okay, where is it? Where's the... I guess I'm gonna change it back to the thing. There you go. Okay, it's on it now. So I'm gonna put on the chat here. Gonna plug it off. I don't want the computer to suffer. YouTube. Yeah, Lucy has one moment, technical issues, okay? These are typical of me. Client live. Okay, Kevin Logan is great, thank you. Lucy live. Who's playing Helldivers? No, thank you. Okay. Okay, so we have both things here. God, okay, Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. I'm gonna put on some Kevin Logan and we're gonna see what he has to say on the topic of things. Is this not correct? Kevin, oh, I like this music, by the way. This is from the arcade Asterix game. This is a great soundtrack, isn't it? This is a great track. I really like this track. It has boom. Kevin Logan. Okay, when did he do the critique of the Ukraine thing? Which one was it? Was it this?
Group.
This one. There you go. We found it right
Legally,
away.
as citizens of the Ukrainian.
And against illegal wars in Iran, against the genocides against the Palestinians, and so on and so forth.
Where we were fundraising for progressive candidates.
I assume there will be distract.
Okay.
From all of you good workers, good.
I am very well. Thank you for asking.
Hello.
Yes, slop. We're just doing slop tonight. I'm not going to pretend it's...
There you go. Just doing slop tonight. I also am doing slop tonight. That's right. I'm a sloppy, floppy. I should do more stuff with Kevin Logan. Kevin Logan, we've only done one thing one time, and it was, sad, right?
Anything other than that, it's just slop. We're just doing slop. Because I can't be bothered.
Damn. Why do people that can be bothered and just do slop get so many views when I get... Give me some love, please. Wow, you're really good? Wait, I'm really good with what? With art? You mean?
Can't be asked.
This machine?
Yes. To the person who asked, there's no posh bird tonight. She's in London. Which is an increasing thing because she's successful, and that's fucking dope. I'm very proud of her.
Dope.
But I do suspect that will lead to a less and less streaming together, which is a shame on a personal level. But I genuinely am very, very proud of her, and wish her all the best. Anyway, as a
Kevin
John
Logan
B,
should stream with me.
I'm not cancelling John B's. It's a reference to the Beach Boy song. So which itself I think was based on an old calypso tune from like the late 19th century or something. Anyway, but I was just there are so many words that sound or look like slop that I can fit in. Slop of the pops, slopagander of the deed, etc.
Okay.
Slopportunity knocks. Another good one.
Oh my god.
Anyway, hello there, Some Random Geek. Everyone go and follow Some Random Geek, who is awesome and in chat there.
Can somebody follow me? Also, the chat is so quiet.
Anyway,
I can't believe this.
Could you get an officially licensed Onion Infowar hat for the Crank Slop? I suppose I could do. Maybe. Yeah. What do you have planned for the 100th anniversary of the UK general strike? Literally nothing.
Vladimir says, oh, we're about to hear an opinion of the famous Canadian historian President Sunday. Yes, that's right. Yes, we are about to hear Kevin Logan's opinion on the opinion of the famous Canadian historian President Sunday. What can we talk about? It's just the beginning of Kevin's stream. You can talk about how cool I am. Okay?
I have absolutely nothing planned for that.
Or
do
how
you have any suggestions?
how nice the artwork is coming along. No? You can talk about how cool the artwork is coming along. Hello, Maya Mayor.
Questions? Thank you for the redirection on YouTube. No problem, Some Random Geek. Enjoy. What do you suggest I do for the century of class struggle since then? Cry, maybe? I don't know.
I cried too much. I
We
shouldn't
could
cry.
do an all-nighter on the 7th. Yeah, why not? Fuck it.
For me, it would be a special occasion not to cry for once, okay? Some people just say I whine and cry too much. And you know what? There is something to it. Maybe I do cry and whine too much. Maybe I should calm down a bit. See, we need to comment on the drawing.
I mean, I'm tired after like 3 hours of streaming, but yeah, let's do an all-nighter because I could definitely do that.
We clean.
No, I will on the on election night. Yeah.
We clean.
Anyway, enough. Thank you, Mr. Peter Wood. Mr. Peter Wood.
We never get tired, by the way.
For 18 months.
I just like to point out that I'm old, decrepit, and still I always provide endless energy to you, okay? I always provide endless energy to you. I feel like there's no appreciation for that. That even though I'm all decrepit and I'm falling apart, I always give you muchos positive energy. Apart from when I complain and act very Polish. Yeah, perpetual motion. Are you going to draw a beach scene? The beach scene is already done. This is the beach scene. The beach scene is already finished.
Off, my man. Of me singing at you. And here's to many, many more months of me wasting your time and my vocal cords and your eardrums. with
Wait,
that
Zoshelix is
much
here.
love to you.
Zoshelix was here, but is not here.
Anyway, yes, you can do the usual things. You can give generously or not generously or not at all, I suppose, in the ways that you know you can with bits and subs and all of that sort of shit. And it would make me feel slightly less sorry for myself, I think.
I never
Would be
feel sorry
nice.
for myself.
Um,
Or do I? Maybe always feel sorry for
Yeah.
myself?
a mega stream with Turn Left and Hiller on the 7th would be awesome. That would be awesome. I'll try and make that happen, but I can't promise anything.
I
Could
can
you speak
promise.
closer to the mic? Oh, is it not?
I can promise everything.
It's the volume sounded okay, but did I sound distant? I was only a couple of feet away from the microphone. Eat the mic? No. Unless Mike's into it. Ew. Oh, here's I can't give a duck with a journal. Right, so here's the actual math. Gold in urine is about. I'm not reading about piss. I'm not doing piss. Stop it. Right. I'm not doing piss. I'm doing shit tonight, okay? Boom shakalaka. Right. I assume there will be distractions and side tracks and tangents, as there always are. And that might be necessary, because the actual only video I have...
The only reason why I'm not drawing a giant gawk is because it's YouTube. I cannot. So it's not really super accurate, you know? If it was to be super accurate, then there'd be a super big gawk here, but I cannot. Alas, I cannot. You know? Alas, I cannot. Even though technically speaking, I should.
It is not very long. It's like 20 minutes. Which is like a 6-hour fucking reaction for me, I suppose. Cause
True. 6-hour
I tend to
reaction.
go on a bit. But it's... I don't know what to make of this. Actually,
True.
it's 26 minutes. Actually, that's not that long. Short.
True.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know what to
fine.
make of this as well.
We'll just get into it. We'll just get into it. Let's not piss around.
True. Don't piss around.
President Sunday. The gentleman you see on the screen there. I've streamed with him in the past. He's alright. We don't agree on everything, but we've always been okay in the past. And I wouldn't usually have watched this, in all honesty, but the reaction I got from people to this
Uh-oh.
was that he'd gone like full Putin or something. Someone said he sounded like Haz.
Putin.
Oh,
Yeah,
what's the thing?
I don't think he's getting a positive reception from his for his Ukraine pivot. I feel like people are not appreciative.
The channel he did, Infrared. Anyway, But who is this guy? This guy is President Sunday, who is not the president of anything necessarily, but that is the name they go by online. They're nom de net, so to speak. Anyway, they are a quite pretentious Canadian streamer. That is all you really need to know in terms of context. They are on the left to some extent.
To some extent.
And have previously been in, I suppose, vaguely supportive of the Ukrainian people's right to self-defense and such, and that may have changed. I don't know. Let us not prejudge it. The only reason I went into this is because people reacted really not reacted.
I wonder how Kevin Logan would describe me. If we were to be talking about me. I wonder. I feel like we're okay with Kevin Logan.
They said that this was mad, and I trust your judgment when it comes to slop.
Oh god.
I made him rage quit the Discord. That was funny. Okay, well done, Byron. That's pretty good. Anyway, the video is called "Neolibs are using Ukrainians as human shields for Israel."
Oh no, that video.
Okay.
He said
Now,
it together.
I don't know what the person's point is going to be. Oh, he didn't like my Charlie Kirk jokes. That's true, yeah. Pretentious prick. Anyway, if I don't know what the guy's point is going to be, but if it's that there are some people out there who are, liberal or conservative pricks who are, generally supportive of Ukraine but not of the Palestinian people, or that are in some way, I don't know, as it says there, sort of using Ukraine as a way of defending Israel in some way. I guess there are some of those people around. But I suspect that it goes a bit deeper than that. Does it? I don't know. We'll see. This could be terrible. This could be awful content. I don't know. But we're going to take a look.
Could be.
And I will give you my...
He rated you, I think. That's a good... that's true. He did rate me. But poor Sunday, I've tried to worry him. But unfortunately, I got banned if he... Wait, you got banned in the street? Really? Did you get banned? Did you actually get banned at President Sunday? Why? Is it because of your... name? Don't tell me it's because of your name. Come on. Is it because of your name? That would be actually funny if you got banned for your name. That would be actually hilarious. No, that would not just be funny. That would be hilarious if you got banned for your name. That would be quite funny. Quite a development, I would say.
My honest appraisal as we go along. Let's hit it, but not quit it. Yeah?
Not quit it.
Oh, what? That is muted. That is a fucking cracking technological start. Right.
Which is why I'm coining a new term for these people. Pedophile. For the Dylan...
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh my word. Okay, so there's no foreplay. There's no easing us into the topic.
No.
This is just straight into the... Ooh, just straight into it. A pedophile. Right, okay. I presume that's not somebody who is sexually attracted to former Swiss tennis champion Roger Federer.
True, yes. Well done. Federer was pretty good.
American fiat currency. Fed. Anyway, I assume this is like a
For as
way
long
of
as he was
saying
winning.
pedophile, but it's for the federal authorities or whatever. I imagine. I hate the American pronunciation. Right? Well, exactly. They're Canadian. There's no excuse. Anyway, I suppose I shouldn't prejudge.
True, you shouldn't.
Let us allow President Sunday to expand upon his point and tell us why he has coined this phrase and to whom he is applying it and why.
Oh.
Burnses of the world who are effectively going to be disparaging actual leftists and progressives because they have a more tepid, nuanced position on Ukraine and are actively against genocides in Sudan, against illegal wars in Iran, against the genocides against the Palestinians, and so on and so forth.
Where we were fundraising for progressive candidates, would PV have asked people like Crystal Ball or Hassan Piker who fundraised for a candidate that calls himself progressive? Their response to Palestine was, oh, yeah, I support Palestine. I mean, I don't really want to stop any of the aid to Israel. I don't actually want to do anything on this. But yeah, of course, but I support Palestine. Someone would say, do you support Palestine? I mean, AOC, for abstaining on a vote for defensive aid to Israel when it comes to these things, she got so much heat from parts and sections of the progressive left.
Yeah. Because she didn't vote against it. Yeah. That's... I mean, they're an elected official. You're allowed to make a judgment on them not doing a thing. Yeah, that seems perfectly reasonable. You should vote to not send more American taxpayers' money to slaughter Palestinians. Yeah. Fair enough.
Candidate cannot have a position on this whatsoever, not want to defend Ukraine after we asked Ukraine to disarm itself and threaten them with starvation, and then pro-Ukraine candidates are being asked to fundraise for them. There's a different social standard around the war in Ukraine.
Well, because a whole lot of pro-Ukraine people, you will notice, are perfectly fine with the genocide of Palestinians. Isn't that interesting? A whole lot of pro-Ukraine people are perfectly fine turning a blind eye to genocides elsewhere that America is directly involved in. Isn't that interesting? The difference between Russia and
By the way, I have never turned a blind eye on anything, by the way. I've never turned a blind eye on anything like that, so I don't know about this. This feels like a very strange thing to say.
Ukraine at this juncture is that Ukraine's on this side of the line and Russia's on this side. Because for the...
What?
Yeah.
Okay, time out, Home Slice. The fuck do you possibly mean by that?
This is a good question, Kevin Logan. Good question. Excellent question. Like, this statement alone is just silly.
Like, I was with him that weird thing that Dylan Burns said was dumb. Okay, that was dumb. That was silly. On either side of the line, I mean, the Russian side of the line is still Ukrainian territory that Russia has invaded and occupies currently. So yeah, I mean, in a very literal sense, they are both sides of the line. But that line is in Ukraine, so Russian soldiers shouldn't be there. Do you see the point? Okay. Like, surely your argument can just be turned back around on you now. That you're using the Palestinian people as...
Oh. Hold on.
human shields for Russia, basically. Right?
Yep. That's right.
Okay.
The Ukrainians who are picked up against their will and blown to bits against Russian guns, they're the same. If Ukraine doesn't beat and enslave its citizens and send them against their will to get killed by Russians, Ukrainian citizens will get hurt.
Yeah, like conscription's horrible. Yeah. Conscription's fucking terrible. I'm not gonna defend that, but like in war, conscription's always happened.
Yeah.
And again, Ukraine is fighting a defensive battle here. Okay, fair enough.
You see the insanity?
Yeah, I do.
We are suddenly talking about Ukraine again on this channel, which is interesting because it's a conflict a lot of people have largely started to ignore. Are you doing all right now?
Well, because I mean, nothing that dramatic is happening in this. Well, I mean, that's not necessarily true. Bombs are still happening,
Yeah,
but like,
that's not true.
there's no. Look, it's stalemate. It's just stalemate trench warfare for the most
Well,
part.
it's a
So,
bit more
like,
complicated
it's just-
than that.
No offense, but it's boring. Like, I don't know what
what happened
opinion
to the
can you
screen,
even
sorry?
have on it when nothing's really changing. It's been going for like
We should have a screen. No, it's okay. We have a screen. Sorry.
fucking 4 years, whatever it is now. A long time, certainly a lot longer than the 3-day military operation.
It's true.
It's a very long 3 days, isn't it, Vlad?
It's yeah.
Yeah.
Fine. I'm not sleeping very well, but I'm fine. I'm getting used to. I'm still rebooting my system after the past month and a half. We have cycles on this channel, as someone in the Discord server sort of put it earlier, where people have to make peace with the fact that, you know, sometimes they like some of my content, but they dislike my political takes on something. When the Russia-Ukraine war broke out, in 2022, we lost a whole lot of pro-Russia people. Lost a whole lot of people from the server who were like, what? But NATO expansion made it so Russia had to kill tons of civilians and kidnap a bunch of kids and steal a lot of land and bomb hospitals and so on. When October 7th happened and Israel started bombing the bejesus out of civilian centers, we had a whole lot of pro-Israel.
So how's the drawing? How's the drawing so far? How do you like it? Should I make it bigger on the screen? Actually, I should just... You probably just care about the drawing, right? You don't really care about anything of the menus and whatnot. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing my best with it. Yeah, thank you, Simon Pierre Dubé. Right, I'm gonna keep working on it while Kevin Logan does the review of the video. Remember, you can join the lucyhazard.org/live and do some subscribing or donating. I'm gonna unpause now. Oh, you want it to be bigger? Why not? You can make it bigger and go here with it. I don't see why not. I don't see why we have to watch Kevin Logan's chat.
Israel people leave. Not as many. We didn't really attract that many pro-Israel people, fortunately, but we had a couple loud ones. Israel has to defend itself, okay? Israel has a right to exist. All those people don't. Israel, though. Right to exist. You know, people are totally disposable. But, you know, the Nazi state, that needs to stay, right? That's important. The Russia-Ukraine conflict is not difficult to understand on a moral level. It's actually very simple. You have one corrupt kleptocracy using mercenaries and conscripts to invade another corrupt kleptocracy, which is using significantly more conscripts. And that is actually kind of a...
Come on.
Yeah.
No. Don't fucking start with this shit. That's not remotely a fair analysis of the situation. Whatever one thinks of Volodymyr Zelensky, he was elected by the people of Ukraine.
That's true. He was.
At least as democratically as any person in that region has ever been elected to an office. Vladimir Putin was absolutely not. These two things are not remotely the same.
Nope.
One of these sides is absolutely the aggressor and in the wrong, and the other is the defender and is in the right, both legally from an international law perspective. Not that international law really means a lot in the modern world, but whatever.
True.
Perhaps it never did, perhaps it was always a mirage. But secondly, from a moral perspective, the idea that it's just...
Russia's using a whole different tactic when it comes to conscription, not conscription, getting its forces. Russia offers huge bonuses to soldiers, which incentivizes them to just go and fight for and kill Ukrainian people. おはようございます。何の話？ウクライナの戦争の話です。ウクライナの戦争の話です。私はジョーナリストです。私は今、ウクライナにいます。だから、ウクライナの話は興味です。興味深い。いや。はい。今、ウクライナに、はい、キーウにいます、今。時々、ミサイルは時々、この街に、いろんなミサイルはこの街にいます。いる。Also, big bonus to enlist is just top of ready draft. Yep, it is. Oi. Hi. はい。でも仕事です。仕方ない。仕方がないことです。仕事ですから。仕事ですから。私はウクライナの戦争について記事を書く。はい。私はただのストリーマーじゃありません。私は、ジョーナリストでも、はい。
It's too corrupt kleptocracy. Like that's such a weird, leftoid, jaded, dumb thing to say.
I know.
That's so fucking silly and reductive.
I know.
Come on, man. Ukraine's fucking defending itself. The Ukrainian people are defending hearth and home. A thing that's always been the right thing to fucking do.
I know.
Like, come on now. See, the thing is, I know President Sunday to be an intelligent man, so I don't know why he would say something so patently dumb.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, すごいじゃん。ありがとうございます。そういえば、このページに、はい。ありがとうございます。But yes, those are my thoughts exactly. I have known President Sunday to be an intelligent man, but this is just weird. Okay?
Other than anger, to do propaganda, rage bait. I don't know.
Rage bait.
It's
Maybe.
it's
Content.
it's a shame to see him go down this line.
Yeah, I
It
know.
really is. Maybe he expands upon his point, though. Let's not prejudge.
About it. Initially in the war, there was a lot of rallying around the flag and around the notion of Ukrainian independence and democracy and so on and so forth. And then people realized that they were being hung out to dry because the Ukrainian state is not actually supporting its people and is using them as cannon fodder, which does not make Russia the good guy and doesn't make Russian victory okay. Russia's still kidnapping thousands and thousands of children. It's still murdering civilians deliberately in order to demoralize the population further. That's its strategy. It is currently making bank right now off of oil that Russia is able to sell because of the war with Iran that Zelensky promoted.
did
And
not.
everywhere you will see absolute clown show human beings going, well, wait a minute, you're criticizing Ukraine? What's your alternative? Shut up.
Gan... 仕事頑張る。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。Maya Mayer said, when you said that you needed to speak to your Sunday about Ukraine, I didn't think his position was this garbo. Oh, it's not good. Not good at all. I just don't want to turn it into content and, you know, weird. This whole thing is just, I still don't know how to approach this. This is why I was curious as to what Kevin Logan has to say about this. Vladimir says, at that point, I just said quatic, since my messages are not visible in the chat. I'm just going to backseat and watch another lefty streamer destroying himself. Quite a content. Wait, so why did they ban you because of your name? Actually?
What do you mean, what's your alternative? I see people saying this so often. No offense to anyone in particular. I see people doing this so often. It's like, well, what do you mean the Ukrainian state is corrupt and it violates the rights of its own citizens and doesn't support them financially and hides its oligarchs' money in Dubai?
Actually, Ukraine does support its citizens financially. It pays, it gives people compensation to rebuild their destroyed homes by bombs and drones, for one. That is a form of support.
And beats up people who don't want to die for the state that doesn't want to do anything for them in return against their will. That, by the way, sends them when they do comply with forced conscription, which should be a human rights violation by every conceivable metric. You know, we're fine with condemning slavery, and we're fine with condemning murdering civilians until we're enslaving people and murdering them for the purpose of murdering other people. Now suddenly we're fine with it. Because, you know, the state has to exist more than they do. Obviously. You know, despite the fact that they didn't decide the Constitution. Because no individual human being does. They're born into it. They're stuck with it.
This is like baby's first anarchism.
Baby's first anarchism.
It's baby's first anarchism.
Oh gosh.
It's a very unnuanced approach to anything. It's it's very throwing your toys out of the pram.
I know.
It's not about the state needing to exist. No.
Yes, exactly. It's not about the state needing to exist. Yappa. What muzukashi desu ne. Hai, muzukashi desu ne. I don't know where he gets his info from, to be honest.
Necessarily. It's about there being an entity called the Ukrainian people, who
Yeah,
are a definable
exactly.
group,
Yeah.
both legally as citizens of the Ukrainian nation, but also linguistically, culturally, historically,
Yeah.
who don't want to be ruled by Russia and have been ruled by Moscow for,
A long time.
well, centuries, be it under the Russian Empire or under
Soviet
the
Union.
Soviet Empire. And that's what it was. Let us not be under any illusion here.
Yeah, it
The
was.
Soviet Union was as imperialist as any other empire. Whether it be its own internal colonies like Ukraine or the Baltic nations or the Central Asian stands,
Poland.
or indeed its
인터넷, 私は、だから、みんなが何を言っているのか、できないね。じゃあ、またね。また今度、じゃあ仕事頑張れ。生きてる、頑張れ。とりあえず頑張れ。はい、ありがとうございます。後でゲームをする。
client states in Central and Eastern Europe, and initially in China and Ethiopia, places like that. And the Ukrainian people don't want that shit anymore.
Exactly.
They are a relatively new country as well, in terms of being an independent nation state. But the Ukrainian people are a defined group with a defined set of borders that have been violated.
Yeah.
Now, you can whinge and complain and stamp your feet about how this is slavery and so on and so forth. But when it comes to one's own freedom and the freedom of future generations, it goes beyond you being owned for the purpose of making somebody else money. Not that there's no one making money out of it, it's war after all. But there's clearly something much larger going on there. There are lots of people who were very willing to fight and potentially die.
Yep.
And unfortunately, it's one of the realities of the world that yes, there are things that you don't decide, like the country you're born in, or the geopolitical era in which you are born.
Yeah.
And to that, you essentially just have to say, tough shit,
True.
really.
True.
It's not nice. And I'm of course saying this from a position of privilege, having been a person who has not been drafted and is not going to be drafted.
Who knows if I'll be drafted?
But for a historical fluke, I could have been, though. It really was not that long ago that Britain was dragooning people into either its navy or into the British Expeditionary Force in the First and Second World Wars. Very much within living memory. But either way, I'm saying it from a position of privilege, right? Because I'm
What's
not
US President
I'm not the
Sunday,
one
by the way?
being drafted. I'm not the one being conscripted. But ultimately, you do have to say tough shit. That's just how the fucking cards fell. You were in a place where the conscription was happening at that particular time. It's always been thus. It will always be thus. And I say that with absolute confidence, not in the same way that people would say, well, they said the rule of kings was, eternal, and it wasn't. They said the Roman Empire would last forever, and it didn't. I mean, war will always happen as long as humans are human. There may come a time when we evolve to be some super big brain smart genius boys who don't need to do war anymore. Or don't have a desire to do war anymore. And in that situation, we wouldn't be human anymore. We'd be some other species of animal. We'd be some other being. So as human beings, we will always have war. You may be unfortunate enough to grow up in a time when you are of fighting age to have to go and fight said war. When it's defensive, and in the case of Ukraine, it is defensive, they're not sending anyone abroad. They're fighting in their own homelands.
True, defending their homes.
I think conscription is perfectly understandable. It's not nice. It's not nice at all. It's shit. But that shitness has been pushed upon the Ukrainian people
Exactly.
by Russia's invasion.
Exactly.
Because they weren't conscripting loads of people before Russia invaded.
Nope.
They did so afterwards.
Yeah, I'm with Kevin
Or
Logan on
during,
this.
I suppose. Whatever. This
With Kevin Logan.
evil has been thrust upon the Ukrainian people by an outside force that they are defending.
Air Siren. Air Siren. A historian streamer. Let's see. I'm hearing Air Siren abroad. I outside, and I'm hearing Air Siren on my app. We'll see what's happening. Kiev. Hope no missiles. Hopefully no missiles. Kiev air raid alert.
Themselves against. And for you to both sides this fucking nonsense.
Yeah.
As if they are remotely equal. Because, oh, well, there are rich oligarchs on both sides. Of course there fucking are. There always have been. Does that mean there's never like a righteous time to fight for your own fucking existence? And I don't mean the nation state, because this has happened long before the nation state even fucking existed.
True.
I'm talking about people not wanting to be ruled by a foreign power for the benefit of that foreign power. And I say that as a student of British history, where we went around the world and imposed that shit on other people. And you know what? I absolutely support the American people's right to their own self-determination. Doesn't mean they get to steal the land of the native peoples, but let's put that to one side for a second.
What? What do you mean, Dr. Jones?
And in terms of their fight against the Britons, or the British Crown, they were perfectly justified. I support the independence movements in India. I wish to fuck that the likes of Canada and Australia would fucking stand on their own 2 feet and get from under the boot of fucking Buckingham Palace as well. I stand for the emancipation of all of these peoples and all of the freedom fights that they fought.
Yeah.
And this is no different in a moral sense. The Ukrainian people do not wish to be used, exploited and controlled from Moscow, as they have been for centuries. It is perfectly understandable that they impose usual wartime measures. Again, not because they want to do so, although I'm sure there are authoritarians in Ukraine who would want to do so, but I'm saying the Ukrainian government weren't doing this before Russia invaded. Russia forced this situation onto the people of Ukraine. The fact that the Ukrainians are taking extraordinary measures to fight an extraordinary existential threat seems perfectly reasonable to me. As you pointed out, President Sunday, the Russian government are abducting thousands of children. That is an act of absolute genocide. That is genocide under any realistic description. It is literally one of the definitions in the UN Charter,
UN Charter,
which itself
yes.
is an incomplete.
Yes. It has its own section about kidnapping of children being genocide. Drones are approaching Kyiv. That's a thing.
as indeed was stated by the man who literally coined the phrase genocide.
Rafał Lemkin.
He said that that definition was incomplete. But even under the definitions used by the UN, that is an act of genocide. So, like, can you blame the Ukrainians
No.
for taking the extraordinary measures of trying to stop themselves being genocided? No amount of hand-wringing about how... I mean, I'm not going to defend Dylan Burns here, whatever. No amount of hand-wringing about how Dylan Burns is fucking both sidesing this, or saying that there's some equivalence between Israel and Russia or the Palestinians or whatever, right? No amount of that bullshit deflects from the fact that you are both sidesing an obviously not both sides situation.
Yep. Agreed.
Genuine question. Are there links between the term being drafted and the King's Shilling in draft ale? I don't think so. I could be wrong on that, but I've never heard that that's the case. And that seems like one of the things I might have learned. You think he's taking this position out of spite? But out of spite to who? Is he allowing his dislike of Dylan Burns to get in the way of his geopolitical interpretations? I don't. Maybe he is. I don't know. But either way, a country defending itself from being genocided is...
Hello. Remember when Marichu said that kidnapping children was genocide against parents? I mean, I think Marichu mocked the concept, but yeah, against the parents. I mean, the kidnapping of children is a form of genocide against the people. Transferring children from one group to another.
Perfectly reasonable to raise an army to enact that.
Yeah.
Because, like, when people say, what's your alternative? I think it's a perfectly reasonable question to ask, what would happen if the Ukrainians didn't do this?
Yeah, exactly. I think what's the alternative is a perfectly sound question. Hello, Kata Mondium. There was a thing about accepting a coin via draft drink for becoming a Royal Navy shipmate. I don't know if it's apocryphal. Oh. So welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for helping me become a small streamer rather than a microscopic one. We were supposed to be doing a reading on drug addiction treatments, but my reading partner is not here, so we might not be able to do the reading today. We'll just have to, I don't know. Does that make sense? Okay, let's continue watching Kevin Logan. I'm completely with Kevin Logan on this, by the way. I expected Kevin Logan to be sensible on this topic. I honestly expected that. No, I'm actually really disappointed that we're not continuing Resident Evil 6.
If the Ukrainian government had not instituted a draft and had just allowed the Russian columns of tanks to march or to stroll into Kyiv, what would have happened exactly? How would this have been better for the Ukrainian people?
Apparently,
I'm not
according
entirely sure.
Apparently, according to President Sunday, people in Ukraine don't mind what state they're under, so it doesn't matter who governs them or whatever. You're not Homelander. Ash says Sunday acts like if Ukraine capitulated, all the people would be free. Yeah, basically, because all the people in Russia are so free. There's no more freedom than under Mother Russia. Like I've seen a clip of that infamous guy that said that from Russia Today that Ukrainian children should be drowned. He has lately made a statement that both Kiev and Warsaw are Russian cities and should be taken. Thanks. I don't know what happened to President Sunday on this particular topic.
They're stuck with the stuff happening around them. They're not allowed to leave. They can't choose their sovereign. There's no tacit consent to the sovereignty of the Ukrainian state, so on and so forth. But suddenly, you are not allowed to criticize the fact that essentially the Ukrainian state is using ICE tactics against its own citizens and using Russian excesses to cover over for its own crimes against humanity. Against its own people. That's not even why I'm talking about it. I am talking about it because I am now seeing Democrat shills who are colluding with each other to attempt to squeeze out actual leftists from the Democrat Party, using the
That's not
failure
true.
to kowtow to Zelensky as a justification for squeezing out candidates
This is very
who want to
stupid.
end.
Well, what he is referring to is an initiative created by Dylan Burns. It's called Track Ukraine. It is to basically it's a page that tracks candidates to the House of Representatives in the United States and current sitting representatives in the House and their opinions, their policy on Ukraine, and trying to, through pressure, societal pressure, to make them adopt better stances on Ukraine. It's not to squeeze out progressive politicians, as President Sandy is saying here. It's not to attack them. It's to make them take a better stand on Ukraine. That's it. That's it. You can see, because it's always a good opportunity. I support this project. TrackUkraine.com. There you go. This is what he is referring. The President Sunday is referring to as trying to squeeze out progressive politicians, who we are. Track Ukraine is a volunteer-run organization that documents the record of politicians in Congress and those running office. Votes, campaign, volunteers, and donors all deserve to know exactly where candidates stand on the most deadly war currently raging on Earth, alongside the largest active internationally recognized occupation of territory on Earth. This is why transparency is a key goal of the organization, tracking politicians' voting records, statements on the invasion of, or even lack thereof. Also, those who believe in the American value that every people has the right to rule themselves can make informed decisions. Track Ukraine also connects current and prospective legislators with those who have experienced the effects of the invasion firsthand. The experience of being displaced, occupied, having their home bombed, dealing personally with the loss inherent in war, and seeing their culture targeted for erasure. Understanding these realities is necessary for those who will legislate the foreign policy of the most militarily and geopolitically powerful country on the planet. Their votes in Washington have power, and going on 5 years of the full-scale invasion, there is no reason to be shy about the need for action, and as the false promise of a 24-hour peace fade into distant memory. The same country that made Kyiv give up its atomic weapons arsenal for its own security in return for the assurance of sovereignty and security from the very state that harnessed the atom, cannot forget its commitments which lives depend upon. The reality of occupation, the promises the US made to the people of Ukraine, and the heavy proliferation of Russian war crimes should be front and center in the discourse around the war. It's our job to make sure that's the case. Yeah, and Maya Mara says it's good that PV has already adopted it. Yes. you know? Oh, yeah, I'm doing an art piece. But yes, that is the initiative. And it's very dishonest to try to paint it as squeezing out progressive politicians. It's very dishonest. Like, this is worth promoting, this is worth supporting. That is my opinion. This initiative is a positive one. It is not one of attacking politicians, it is one of holding them to task on this specific issue. Okay?
Genocides that the United States is actively funding and illegal wars that the United States is actively embarking on, which is a problem because in addition to all of this, the genocides that these people are advocating against don't help Ukraine. You know, besides the whole murdering lots of innocent people part, we can set that aside apparently. It's actively hurting the Ukrainian war effort, which means the policy position of people who are pro-Ukraine but anti-candidates who are against the wars in Iran and against supporting Israel's genocide of Palestinians and genocide of Shia Muslims and attacks on Iran, they're actually directly at odds with each other, which means they aren't even concerned about Ukraine. They are literally just concerned with getting communists back into a marginalized position. And by communists, they don't even mean communists. They mean people who aren't Israel shills. They mean Hassan Piker. Famous communist Hassan Piker. Famous anti-capitalist Hassan Piker. Basically the next Karl Marx. And they are...
True. Where was that comment from Comro?
This
I'd have
is
vouched for
just
them. What was
dishonest from President Sunday.
There we go.
This is the miss.
It's not like I empathise with Ukraine as a Welshman. Not like we've got an eastern next-door neighbour seeking to remove our sovereignty, take all our resources, control our land, air, or sea, or anything. Oh, what?
I do have to do more art and to stream on stream.
Oh. Did someone call for a delivery from the based department? Because it just fucking arrived.
colluding with pro-genocide pedophiles to do it, which is why I'm coining a new term for these people, for the Dylan Burnses of the world, who are perfectly fine being in the same room with someone who is in court because they are sharing intimate images without consent from the people they were taken with to minors elsewhere. Pedophile. It occurred to me.
Who was he referring to there, by the way?
Destiny.
He's okay sharing a room with who?
Vladimir says.
Destiny?
Yeah.
Is that what? Oh, yeah, no.
Vladimir says, yeah, why is President Sunday having such a weird set of beliefs? So strange. Here's coming Cutter Carlson's. What is going on? What is happening?
We did take that. Did he send them to people? I don't know. I haven't kept up with the slop. The drama of it all. I just assume as a rich white man he won't go to jail, even though he may have committed horrific crimes, you know? It's America. Not locking up rich white men is kind of its national pastime. Well, that and school shootings, you know.
Me in a dream. They are pedophiles. It's beautiful, isn't it? It brings tears to my eyes just to say it. Because this is the list. We are pro-kleptocratic oligarchs who enslave and murder their own people to go murder and enslave other enslaved people and mercenaries, to be fair. Fuck them. And we are pro mass murdering innocent people abroad, even though it directly undermines the first thing. So long as Hassan Piker does not get to go on Joe Rogan. That's where we're at.
No, that's completely not. This has nothing to do with Hassan Piker. I have no clue where this fixation of Hassan Piker stems from, but the initiative that is being talked about has nothing to do with Hassan Piker. Nothing whatsoever. But whatever. Who cares, right? Who cares?
And
Nothing
by
at
the
all.
way, like, it needs to be said, people think that Ukrainian corruption is like, you know, it's sort of an accoutrement to any sort of culture. It's like, well, every society is corrupt. You know, we all know there's 2 tiers of law. We know that, like, you know, Trump gets a bunch of people.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you're going to say like Ukraine is somehow uniquely corrupt, America's president is a paedophile. Notice the correct pronunciation of the word there. Trump is a child rapist who is actively doing war so that he and his friends can bet on the stock market and make a fortune over the corpses of Iran. And, of course, to help out Benjamin Netanyahu stay in power and so on and so forth. The idea that Ukraine is anywhere near as corrupt as that is fucking stupid.
True.
Really stupid. Don't talk shit. Like, this is, honestly, this is some, like, weird Westoid-brained shit.
True.
Like, corruption's bad. Obviously, we notice the corruption. It's bad. Motherfucker, corruption is endemic in this system. Corruption is in every fucking conceivable level. It's just most of the corruption isn't called corruption. It's called, you know, creative accounting. Or lobbying. Or financial contributions to political PACs or whatever, right? That's not corruption. That's just civil engagement.
Yeah.
Or civic engagement, whatever. Look, it's bollocks. The West is the most corrupt part of the world. It just fucking is. It's just rich enough that the average person doesn't give a fuck. The reason that the corruption seems more terrible in places like, I don't know, sub-Saharan Africa is because everyone's dirt poor. Partly because we stole their shit. Again, it's not underdevelopment, it's overexploitation. It's theft. The West stole their shit and props up our corruption with their wealth. British corruption has been successfully covered up and papered over by the diamonds under Johannesburg and the tea of India. And forcing the people of China to have our heroin. Technically opium, but it's basically heroin. Yeah. And as you've been pointing out during the entirety of this video, it's literally the point of your fucking video. The West is the one currently engaging in all of these genocides. Who is it that's doing the genocides and the wars and the bombings? It's the West. When you say that Russia is being helped by the oil that's being bought on the international market because of the restriction because of the removal of sanctions,
Yeah.
because of the Straits of Hormuz and all that shit.
Yeah. Sanctions
Who's
have
buying
been
that oil?
Just suspended. Yeah. Well, Kevin Logan is correct on this. Although I did not expect Kevin Logan to be incorrect on this topic. I expected Kevin Logan to do well on this.
Is it Malawi? Is it Vanuatu? No, it's not. It's America and Britain and fucking France and shit.
Spain will be punished.
The same was true when I
think Trump has announced that he wants to throw Spain out of NATO because of Spain has been bad. Spain has been naughty on the topic of
ISIS was stealing oil. from the people of Syria and selling it on the black market. Where do you think that was ending up? It was ending up in my car. Not because I chose it to be there, it just did. Because fucking British Petroleum or Shell or whoever bought it. By intermediaries so they could have, plausible deniability, of course. The West is the funder of the corruption. And actually, you raise, I think, an interesting analogy earlier when you talked about slavery. The arguments that pro-slavery people are not entirely dissimilar to the nonsense you're currently coming out with. They'll say things like, well, who was selling the slaves to the traders on the coast? It was the black Africans themselves. And on the face of it, that seems like a reasonable point of contention. Like, yeah, there is some problem there. And undoubtedly, the people who were selling slaves were evil cunts and deserved not... Well, I was about to say deserved to be remembered as bad people, but I actually deserve not to be remembered. Let them die the second death, as far as I'm concerned. But that argument misses the wood through the trees, right? That these people were captured in wars. These people weren't of the same tribe as themselves. They weren't selling their own fucking families into slavery. They were selling prisoners of war from wars. And the Europeans, and eventually North Americans and South Americans, realised that in order to keep a good flow of new, fresh slaves to the coast, and indeed therefore to keep the price of slaves down, they should foment wars between those tribes, so that both sides would end up with more prisoners of war, and both sides would therefore be selling more slaves on the coast to the Europeans and North Americans and South Americans and Central Americans and Caribbean despots. It is the West driving the corruption here. Like, when people used Hunter Biden's connection to Burisma, the Ukrainian company, as an example of Ukrainian corruption, isn't that also an example of American corruption? Because if we are to believe that he got that job because he was the American vice president's son, that means that it's actually the American government putting either direct or indirect pressure on the Ukrainian people and their companies and institutions to act in ways that are beneficial to American citizens, or indeed American companies more largely. The West is the one doing the corruption in these nations. Or at least driving the general force.
The West used this corruption to maintain economic control many times, exactly what happened with Haiti. Yeah.
That causes the corruption in these nations, even if they are not themselves the ones necessarily actually doing it. Not every corrupt person is from the West, of course. Anyway.
America will sabotage elections of leaders they don't want, have no use anymore, or will sanction and punish countries which forces those countries to become more harsh to their people.
I told you I'd fucking ramble. I know I would.
Government get away with being buddy-buddy with people like Epstein. They hide their money offshore and so on and so forth. And they don't really think hard about what this means in the case of Ukraine. Ukraine is actively brutalizing civilians if they don't get sent to their deaths. If they don't come...
Yeah, conscription is a thing. Yes. We're all aware of conscription.
Yeah.
No, honestly, it's
This
giving
is
me
stupid.
like, again, it's baby's first anarchism.
Yeah.
Rantings.
True.
Oh, it's unfair that we have to. People expect us to do things.
Like, it's just pathetic. Yeah, there are things you owe to society. There are things you owe to other people, and that they owe to you. Yeah, that's actually a thing that exists. Nobody is an entirely independent,
Babies first.
sovereign entity. There are
Babies
connections
first.
between us.
Babies first. Anarchist ranting. Oh my goodness. That is a bit funny. Babies first. Anarchist ranting. Oi, 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 oi. Listen, I am on board with what Kevin Logan is selling.
Are you calling him an anarchiddy? No, because people who use the word anarchiddy unironically are fucking dickheads who can actually fucking make out with my anus, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
No, that's ridiculous. I'm just saying it's got that kind of, why should I have to do homework, Mom? type of anarchist vibe to it, you know?
Okay, that's funny.
Why should bedtime exist?
Oh god.
Down with the state! You know, it's that thing. Which, like, most anarchists that then grow up and stay anarchists are, you know, get past that.
Oh, okay,
and find-
that's. Oh my goodness. Why should bedtime exist? Down with the state. What should bedtime exist? Exactly. Why should it?
a more nuanced and rich view of the world, and that's beautiful. God bless them. I don't necessarily always agree with them, but that's cool. Rebellious for the sake of it. Well, not even rebellious for the sake of it. Rebellious just because they don't want to do a thing, I suppose. Like, it's not necessarily a principled take. It's almost like a post hoc rationalization or something. Oh, well, no, that's not quite right. It's difficult to explain, and I'm tired. But, you know, moralist kind of anarchy. Well, it's not even moralist. It's just petty. It's just, I mean, to be fair, okay. I said I won't call him an anarchy because I think that's a stupid term used by dickheads. But it is childish, isn't it? It is juvenile. It is.
Yeah.
It's unformed. It's anarchism without any direction.
That's true.
Yeah, no offense, Flow Snake. That's fine. You go and do what you got to do.
Comply with cops who are not fighting, scooping them up and sending them to their deaths. So when we are talking about corruption in Ukraine, we're not talking about people embezzling
What the hell?
like from slush funds in peacetime. We are talking about people who are actively killing their own civilians because of a manpower shortage while they are hiding their own money and family out of Ukraine like there's no war going on. And then we have clowns saying, what's your alternative? And I cannot overemphasize my contempt for that question because it presumes that
Yeah,
you are
because
people
you
in this
just
equation.
because you don't really care.
That question.
Like what? Like socialists. I said moralist because of what I read in the Antichrist. That's true. That's true.
Because it presumes that you are people in this equation. You're not people in this equation. You're not humans. You don't have decisions. You don't have power here. You are not policymakers. You're not people who control vast sums of money that can sway world leaders to change.
Well, hang on a minute. Hang on. Right. No one is suggesting that you actually can do anything about this, President Sunday.
True.
It's asking a kind of moral, or not even a moral, a kind of practical question which informs your morality, or is informed by your morality here, right? It's understanding that if the Ukrainian people don't do this, what is the alternative?
Yeah. What should Ukraine
What
do?
happens in that situation? Because if they don't fight, what you think the Ukrainians are going to be perfectly fine under the boot of Russia? That's a better situation, a better ending to them.
Yeah.
How is that a preferential situation? Because realistically, it does have to be one or the other. They either fight and attempt
they lose.
to survive, or they die, right? You already admitted they're stealing babies and shit. They're being genocided.
I mean, President Sunday's answer to that is
the
they should just move. Millions of people should just move. That's the answer. That's the solution. Yeah, just go to Poland. That was the line. Go to Poland.
Russians live, or not live, occupy.
Until Russian comes
My assumption
to...
of his position is either they win it without conscription or they deserve to lose.
And until Russia just comes to Poland, that is.
Without conscription, virtually every army in history would have lost.
True. True. I'm sorry.
Damn near every army in existence
True.
in wartime has needed some form of conscription.
True.
That's always been the case.
Absolutely true.
It doesn't mean that the fight that is being undertaken is any less necessary or moral.
True.
Or indeed more necessary or moral. It's essentially moot to the point.
Yeah.
How they behave. You have no capacity to override even the amount of money that Ukrainian oligarchs are siphoning out of Ukraine. You have literally nothing. Nothing but the delusion that you can decide, like on a WIC panel, who gets invited to the to a Democrat conference.
A WIC panel. Okay, so this is just him like bitching about people he doesn't like. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, cool, but why
Yeah.
drag the Ukrainian people into it? Why not just call
Vladimir says Poland wouldn't be complaining about that, right, Lucy? Oh, no, never. Also, remember, if Ukraine loses, then at some point Russia will want to come to Poland as well, and Poland should not commit the grave sin of conscription either. So Polish people will have to move to Germany at that point. We will all have to move. We will all have to keep moving, actually, forever, until there's nowhere to move anymore. In which case, well, tough shit. Tough shit.
WIC a bitch and leave it at that? Well, why have you got to throw the Ukrainian people under the bus?
True.
Just 'cause Dylan Burns is a knob, according to you. You know, like what?
True.
Very strange. Very strange.
Yeah.
Who gets to represent leftists and progressive quote unquote on social media? Nobody asked you. You don't have any resources.
No, to be fair, WIC is a little bitch, but that's not the point I'm making. But he is a little bitch, true.
You are a resource.
Oh, God.
What's your alternative? Well, the alternative is you don't self-delude yourself into thinking that
Vladimir says, yeah, but can people just move out of there to Germany? That's the point. Yeah, but then we have to move to France, to Spain, to the moon, to fly me to the moon, right? You just move endlessly forever.
uncritically, not questioning anything that a regime does, is in some way making a positive difference on behalf of the people it's brutalizing. Like you
Remember to press like on the stream, by the way.
at some point, people allowed themselves, leftists allowed themselves to get deluded into thinking that a class war was between a bad nation state and a good nation state. No.
Hang on. Well, time the fuck out. What leftists are saying this?
I don't know.
It's two absolutely bourgeois states. Yeah. No one's suggesting anything else. No one is suggesting this is a class war. What the fuck are you talking about? He's off his fucking rocker. What happened to this guy?
I don't know what happened to him. I genuinely
What
don't
happened
know.
to this guy? Because he was like, I disagreed with him on stuff, but like, he was a sensible guy. This is
Yeah, I know. Dr. John says escape to one place Russia has not ruined. Space. Polyphonica said that was pretty much my analysis of this situation. What the Sunday was this like a pretty yeah, it seems like a petty thing, yeah. But it's just so weird. So disappointingly weird.
It's just. Yeah, this is Has-like. This is just fucking rambling shit.
True.
This is wank, man. This is really bad.
Oh, no, a class war is between classes. It's between people who control capital and people who need to do what the people who control capital say or they starve.
Yes. Thank you. But no one is arguing the contrary, or I suppose, can you get a contrary? No one is suggesting that anything different to that. I have not heard a single person suggest that the Ukraine-Russia war is a class war. I genuinely haven't. If someone wants to point me into the direction of one person that has said that,
I just no.
I will absolutely concede the point that that one person is a lunatic.
True.
Or as the case may be, get beaten, get thrown into a dirty gym somewhere with no resources, and then get dropped from a plane to go die behind Russian lines. And the only reason why I'm talking about this in the context of Ukraine is because you have dipshits in North...
Is because Wick is a bitch.
True. Oh, Polyphonicus like he keeps baiting the user to respond and highlighting the cards. Whatever was in that the Young Turks League takes another victim. Socialist says, yeah, that's how it works. Yeah. Yeah, because that is basically how the war happens in Ukraine. Have you seen Wick eat ramen though? No, because I don't have food and I'm hungry and I don't want to eat. I don't want to watch anybody eat anything right now.
You really are the most devious bastard in New York City.
I have no idea if Wick lives in New York City. I just wanted to play that clip.
America, who are using people failing to, again, bend over and be completely uncritical about what Ukraine is doing to its own people and its complicity in illegal wars abroad, to attack leftists who are trying to alter the United States' engagement in active, ongoing genocides and illegal wars directly. And leaving everything aside, let's be
Okay, but like, on your basis...
That's not what the project is about, by the way. That's true. Support for Ukraine is support for Wick TV Direct.
That you were saying earlier, you're not an actor in this. Your power doesn't equate to that of the rich oligarchs of the United States. You can't affect this in any way whatsoever. Do you see how self-defeating and silly your point is? Even Hassan Piker, even his reach, cannot outreach a fucking billionaires buying newspapers and TV stations. Come on now.
clear. Russia is the aggressor in the Russia-Ukraine war. It's Russia's fault that the war is happening. Ukraine is actively enslaving its population and sending them to their deaths, using fascistic rhetoric to justify it. Because the Ukrainian state is not the people. The Ukrainian state...
Fascistic rhetoric.
I have no clue what that's supposed to mean.
Okay. I genuinely don't know how worthwhile this is watching, to be honest.
Yeah, I've been. Yeah.
Because this just seems like Haz, but more boring. Like, at least Haz will shout and go on about being a massive gorilla or whatever. Which is a thing he's said about him. So, like, the gorilla army or whatever the fuck they call themselves. Whereas this is just like fucking NyQuil infrared.
State is a class apparatus. The people who run Ukraine are not Ukrainians. They are not on the front lines. They will never be. Many of them aren't even in Ukraine. And so you're going to start seeing a whole lot of people in the next little while. Dylan Burns was doing this the other day. This is why this popped. This is why I'm now angry about this. Because I was placidly ignoring it until recently. You're going to see a lot of people who are ostensibly pro-freedom, anti-Trump, who are effectively going to be disparaging actual leftists and progressives because they have a more tepid, nuanced position on Ukraine and are actively against genocides in Sudan, against illegal wars in Iran, against the genocides against the Palestinians, and so on and so forth. But these are connected. Why? Well, because a whole lot of pro-Ukraine people, you will notice, are perfectly fine with the genocide of Palestinians. Isn't that interesting? A whole lot of pro-Ukraine people are perfectly fine turning a blind eye to genocides elsewhere that America is directly involved in. Isn't that interesting? A whole lot of pro-Ukraine people are conspicuously silent when Zelensky encourages war with Iran, to save its own people, who are conscripting their own citizens, don't you know? A core principle of liberalism, in fact, it is the core principle of liberalism, the central tenet of liberalism, is that the legitimacy of state violence is because it is by the consent of the governed. The state has emerged as a consequence of a social contract.
Yeah, but basically, yeah. Thank you to John Ladd for becoming a member. Much love. And thank you, Carl Brown, for gifting a membership, or two memberships. Yes, thank you. Sorry, because I don't have the noises on, because I'm sick of Gennaro Gattuso's voice. I've missed stuff, but thank you everyone
I have
for.
to plug the laptop that I use for chat right now. I'm gonna read the chat as well, because I have to give you some love. For you to give me some love back, I have to give you some love. So, Polyphonica says, this is probably going to sound hard, but at least has to the initiative and try to form a political party and do something for his goals, even if the party he made is terrible. And he also tried to challenge Dylan Burns to a street fight when they debated Taiwan or something. Socialix says, none of the essence and none what you were talking about. You're waving a narrative.
Thank you everyone for your generosity. If we get onto a hype train, I will finger myself. Actually, I won't do that. But... Hey, Mouselander, how you getting on?
It exists for your benefit, and you consent to its rule and enjoy its benefits. And so it has the right to enact its force on you, because when it upholds the law, when you violate it, it is actually enacting your own will against yourself. That's the logic. I don't buy it, but that's the logic. Another core principle of liberalism, which is the product of the first one, is that you need to be allowed to leave. Why? Well, because we don't come into our communities from a state of nature. We aren't there for the initial, making of the social contract. We're born after it's already been established. And so we have a bit of a conundrum. How do you consent to something you were born into? And the answer is, you don't leave. You choose not to leave. And by choosing not to leave, by choosing to remain and enjoy the benefits of the place in which you live, you tacitly consent retroactively to that place's rule. This is one of the reasons why the British Empire insisted on allowing conquered Indian subjects of the crown to relocate throughout the empire as British subjects at will. For a time, racism prevailed there. But what happens when you prevent people from leaving? Well, your entire justification...
Hang on. Are you saying Britain was racist? Because I have it on good authority, Lawrence Fox, that we are the most tolerant nation in Europe. So, checkmate, libs. George Galloway says some crap along these lines these days. True.
Throbbing.
For whatever force you impose against them has gone out the window. It's not for their own good because you're throwing them into the meat grinder of war, and it's not by their consent because they are not allowed to consent. So let's be clear, the difference between Russia and Ukraine at this juncture is that Ukraine's on this side of the line and Russia's on this side.
And Russia is in Ukrainian territory, yeah. The fuck, man? Oh, this is rubbish.
As for the Ukrainians who are picked up against their will and blown to bits against Russian guns...
Hang on, George Galloway's inconsolable about Orban losing in Hungary. Is that true? Was he a support? He wasn't a supporter of Orban, surely. Look, I know he's gone off the fucking deep end a bit, but I don't. No.
The deep end.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe he was. He's a bit of a cunt, but I don't think so.
They're the same. So I'm having no truck anymore with people who are using Ukraine as a bludgeon to attack progressives who are against genocide. I think it's one of the most...
Well, that. I will agree with him there. If people are doing that, that's fucked up, yeah. The other shit he's been talking is rubbish.
But no, people are not doing that.
Disgusting things you can do.
People are not doing that.
I think it's one of the most disgusting things you can do. I think trading Palestinian and Sudanese and Iranian and so-and-so lives for the...
George Galloway is in Moscow in exile. Is that really true? Do you have a link to that story or whatever? I didn't hear he was in exile.
Right to kill Ukrainians as a treat is revolting. I think it's revolting. Have you talked to Brooks about this yet? I'm actually pretty sure me and Brooks agree on this. No. Because I'm also pro-Ukraine. I'm pro-Ukraine. Russia is stealing thousands of children.
You don't sound very pro-Ukraine, I have to be honest.
Yeah.
Ukraine killing more and more of its citizens will not save those children. Russia invaded.
Okay, and this is where you do have to answer the question then.
Yeah, what's the alternative?
You don't have an alternative. That is clearly true. But what happens if they don't continue to fight? How will that save those children?
Yeah.
How the fuck will them not fighting save
the children?
Those children?
Good question.
Please do try and square that circle for me.
Yeah. Good question.
Fighting may save some people. Capitulating dooms all of them.
The alternative is Poland. Well, what if
and his young wife got stuck? Why am I not surprised?
What happens when Russia comes to Poland, though? I guess the alternative becomes Germany then. Logically speaking. Farimir says, President someday he'll take his head out his ass, but not during this war. This year, sorry. During this year.
Got stopped by UK border force in December 2024 and were interviewed by officers and were rude about his wife's nail varnish. Burn. George fled the UK and hasn't been back since. But because of the nail varnish, Barbs. He got nail varnish mogged.
They didn't have to invade. Russia invaded. It's the aggressor. I think conscription should be treated as war crime, just as killing civilians deliberately for the sake of breaking.
Well done. You've just made everything ever a war crime or whatever. You've just made a ludicrous statement, because then every war is just a war crime. There's no way of doing war then. Which basically renders your accusation meaningless. Because it's not enforceable by anything.
Oops.
I think having an army is a war crime.
True.
I think we should arrest every army.
True.
This is sad to see. Honestly, this is really pathetic.
Taking down enemy morale is a war crime. I think defending that out of hand because the state must survive.
No, fuck the state. Fuck the state. I'm not fucking defending the Ukrainian state. I'm defending the Ukrainian people's right to fucking exist.
True.
They have a right to exist with self-determination.
True.
The Ukrainian people have a right to decide on their own form of government, free from the coercive fucking force and indeed guns and bullets of the Russian state or the Russian army or the Russian people, frankly. They are a separate and sovereign entity, and they have every right to fucking defend themselves. Self-defense is not itself a war crime. Stop being foolish. Yes, Wick is a bitch. Yes, Dylan Burns is a fucking shitlib. These are things we know. You don't have to throw the Ukrainian people under the bus on the altar of you rowing with people on the internet.
True.
Is disgusting. You are a defender of war crimes. I think even more disgusting is when people ignore all of that deliberately, not out of an impassioned desire to defend Ukraine, but as a passive-aggressive way to attack progressives who are gaining ground among Democrat voters. Because it turns out that
Democratic, but okay, whatever.
lib pedophiles just aren't very saleable anymore. They just aren't that. Nobody really wants them. That's what all the Hassan Cope is about, by the way. That's why people are so mad about Hassan Piker right now, because people like him. Nobody
And he's hot. Let's be honest, it's also because he's hot.
likes the ugly, disgusting people who don't like Hassan. And Hassan's got issues. I got disagreements with Hassan. Hassan is reckless. He says stupid shit sometimes. He also doesn't connive with losers to defend genocide. So I'm going to give him a little bit of a pass on something.
True, and he did do 9/11, so,
Things. Well, I mean, all moralizing is like in Nietzschean terms is slave morality, right? Like the entire point is to have like an ulterior.
Yeah, but fuck nature.
An alternative arena, plane on which to rank yourself positively against people
hello,
that
Ray, you wannabe.
outrank.
How are you? I'm watching. I've seen you in Kevin's chat, Crayon Wannabe. Ash says, literally Sunday's only alternative are for the people enforcing conscription to fight for them to spend conscription money on weapons and for people to move to Poland. True. Hello. We're having pretty good viewership today, so I'm happy about the stream. I'm not sure if it's because I'm watching Kevin Logan's coverage of the President Sunday thing, or is it because you really like my artwork. I'm not sure if you're here for my art or if you're here for the reaction to Kevin Logan, but either way, thank you for being here. Remember, you can go to lucyhaza.org/live and donate or subscribe. since, you know, I'm just a micro streamer that tries to make ends meet.
You in terms of sheer strength. I think moralizing about, I have seen people, I've brought this up, and one of the things that I've noticed that's very disturbing is that a whole lot of people, when you bring up the issue of conscription in Ukraine, will just immediately brush it aside. It's like, well, Ukraine needs to survive. What if Ukraine doesn't conscript its citizens? Its citizens will get hurt. If Ukraine doesn't beat and enslave its citizens and send them against their will to get killed by Russians, Ukrainian citizens will get hurt. You see the insanity? Ukraine has become a...
Okay, we'll break it down even further for you then. If the already large number of Ukrainians being hurt in this war, which, by the way, is the fault of Russia, they're not just being killed by Russia, they're being murdered by the Russian government. And that includes, by the way, the Russians who are being murdered by the Russian government in this war as well. If that already large number of Ukrainians is not put in harm's way, a much larger number of Ukrainians
Will be, yeah.
will absolutely be fucked.
Yep, millions of people.
So if you want to look at it just from a utilitarian calculus point of view, which is a very grim and disgusting way of looking at it, but ultimately is a practical guide or whatever, they are suggesting, these people, your interlocutor here, that if they don't fight, a much larger group of people...
Hello, Glitchmaster. Thank you for being here for me. Wait, you're not here for neither my commentary nor for my artwork? You don't like my artwork? You don't like the art that I do?
The 40 or so million Ukrainians will suffer hugely. Those that stay will suffer massively, and of course the lives being overturned or upturned and destroyed and scattered to the wind, the millions of Ukrainians who would not want to or could not possibly return to the land that they and their ancestors have lived on for tens of thousands of years. So, like, it's not actually that complicated a thing. And again, I don't think he's a stupid man. I know him to be a relatively intelligent man. So I don't think he's making this in good faith. Because that would mean that he would have to be very fucking stupid if he were genuinely not able to understand that very basic point.
Yeah.
Like, yes, some Ukrainians are going to get hurt. Regardless of what happens. Because the Russian army, the Russian state, imposed those realities on the Ukrainian people.
Yeah,
It is the fault of the Russian government that this is happening at all.
exactly.
And so a decision does have to be made as to how the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian state respond to that situation. Who gets hurt and how.
Access. It's not even just Ukrainians that would be hurt by that. Ukrainians would suffer the worst by capitulating, would also cause worldwide. Yes, it would. Absolutely would.
Again, it's always the fault of the Russian government that this is taking place. But that ultimately, this is a matter of what, at least the best judgment for how can we possibly survive this evil shit. I buried my fiance's ashes today and I'm wasted. Oh, well, my condolences, John. That is terrible. I hope you and your friend are okay. Or at least will become okay.
Essentially a fascist-making machine for American leftists. It's really weird. It's really weird how we just completely drop all of our critical faculties. Sunday, doesn't most states do that, though? All states do that.
Yeah.
They all do that. That's why I'm an anarchist, and I'm not a pro-good state versus bad state guy. That's the definition of what states do. Once again, this is why I was very careful to say, even though Ukraine undermines the logic.
I will just say, you are not a very good advocate for the anarchist position.
No.
That I will just state conclusively.
Of liberalism, that's not logic I abide by. Then why is Ukraine uniquely bad, though? It's not. It's being used for a unique purpose. Ukraine is being rhetorically used for a unique purpose in Democrat rhetoric. I am not opposed to Ukraine getting funding to fight against Russia. I'm for Ukraine getting funded to fight against Russia. Merrick DeVille is apparently traveling to Ukraine to work, I believe, as an EMT. Power to her. Personally, I wish she wouldn't. I rather like Merrick DeVille. I'd like her to stay alive. But I think that's a very respectable thing to do. I have zero respect.
Hello, SS was SSV custom suing. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. I love it that you're here. I love that you are here. Tadaima, ohayo. この後ゲームします。もうすぐこのビデオが終わるから後でゲームします。Just call me SSW, okay. Hi.
For clown shows over here who are using the Ukraine issue to browbeat progressives who are more concerned with illegal wars that America is actively embarking on with Zelensky's approval. And so what's happening right now is Zelensky is trying to buy 3 more years. So they're going to chew through the civilian population, becoming increasingly more authoritarian and violent against them, to stretch out the human reserve until maybe possibly a Democrat goes into office. And Democrats will justify literally any single thing that regime uses the cover of the war to do against its own people up until that point.
Well, that is true. The Democrats...
RPG? はい。また RPG。幻想水家電どう幻想水家電どう思うとか、Tales of Berseria? Simon Pierre Dubé says, Zoshalix, yeah, exactly, you're right. It's a good observation. I think it's the remaining of his religious education. I try to avoid psychoanalysis. Almost as good as you. Oh, thank you, Rich Master. Also, everyone consider donating or subscribing because life is tough. Life is tough when it's yeah.
Will do that because we've seen what they will do to support their other geostrategic ally, Israel, which is doing far, far worse, of course.
Dr. Jones, Lucy! Yeah, what happened? What did I do? Did I pick my nose on stream? What happened? Gray wannabe. I feel like Sunday isn't considering that Zelensky and therefore Ukraine is absolutely fucked if he doesn't toe the American imperialist line. I do think he's a cool guy. Do I think he's a cool guy? No, but I don't envy his position. Simon Pierre Dubé. You forgot welcome survey. Oh, everybody that's watching me for the first time, how did you find this stream? Do you watch any other streamers? And are you enjoying yourselves? I will keep it to 3 questions because I tend to overwhelm people. Polyphonica says, I'm confused. If Sunday's criticism is addressing so-called leftists, actual leftist Democrats, or someone else. Okay. President Sunday's criticism is that Dylan Burns wants to pressure democratic politicians to have a better stance on Ukraine, which he calls attacking politicians that want to end genocide and are actually progressive. This is what it is. Also, what's your blood type? You can. I'm gonna ask you about your blood type once you watch me at least 3 streams in a row. That's very private.
So yeah, of course they'll do that. They're Democrats. They're fucking useless.
Dollar that goes into Dubai, that goes into an oligarch's pocket, that goes into the pocket of an oligarch's son who is partying it up abroad, because if you have money, you're allowed to dodge the draft. Did you know that? It's a major thing in Ukraine. People pay their way. Corruption doesn't just mean...
By the way, I will just point out, that's, again, not a unique thing to Ukraine. That's always been the case. What was the phrase that was used during the American Civil War? There was the commutation fee. That was it. You could pay a commutation fee, or indeed, you could hire somebody else to be conscripted in your place. Essentially, pay a mercenary to take your position. Which meant that rich men never
But I
went.
can donate because I'm type 1 diabetic. Oh. Vladimir says, you know what, Lucy? I actually pretty much like that Sunday stream. You know what I'm going to do next with this whole Sunday's Ukraine thing. I'm going to show it to one of my friends. Oh, oh gosh. Oh man. I cannot wait for Ukrainian reactions to President Sunday's bit. I cannot wait. Also, Vladimir, you said that you were considering donating. Donate blood. Oh, I thought you could donate. I thought you could not donate to me because you were diabetic.
War. Except as generals, and therefore didn't see the front line or anything. Yeah, this is a thing that most countries have engaged in. It's disgusting and immoral, and actually is, I think, an abuse of human rights. I don't think you should have... If you're going to have conscription, it has to be done equally. And I don't think Ukraine's doing that in the fucking slightest. And there's always dodges. Well, I don't... Look, I think there are good and bad draft dodgings, if that makes sense. It depends on the exact situation that one is in, the righteousness of the cause to one which is to which one is being drafted. I think the people who were dodging the draft for the Russian army in this war are perfectly reasonable, and I support them. I think that's a good thing to do. I don't even really care why they're doing it, even if they're just doing it because they're scared. Or because they're... I don't know, they could also hate Ukraine, but they just don't want to go and murder people. Whatever, I don't give a fuck what their reasoning is. Whereas I think if you were dodging the...
Thank you for the $10. Oh, Barry! Thank you for the oh, Barry. You should change people next... You should charge people next time you draw your feet. I hear it's a very lucrative business model. That is true. I am drawing feet, which means that... Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you for this feet thing, payment.
draft, be it as a rich man or a coward or a pacifist or a conscientious objector or whatever your reasoning is in Ukraine, I don't think that's particularly moral. Yeah, Muhammad Ali dodging the draft for Vietnam is absolutely righteous. Yeah. For as he said, no Viet Cong ever called me a N-word. He didn't quite put it like that, he said the word. Which is, of course, like a fun line because he's a fucking absolute legend. Albeit problematic, to be sure. But there is a serious point there that the Viet Cong were not a threat to the people of the United States, and especially not a threat to the black citizens of the United States. Whereas in Ukraine, the Russian military is very much a threat to the Ukrainian people. I would imagine Ukrainian anarchists are fighting in the resistance, yeah.
They are actually. There are Ukrainian anarchists fighting, yeah.
I would certainly hope they are.
Yeah, there are.
Because
There are.
war makes for strange bedfellows. Anarchists and the Ukrainian state fighting, not necessarily shoulder to shoulder, but in the same general direction.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of a different time in Eastern Europe, not that long ago though, where there were a lot of people who hated the Stalinist regime in the Soviet Union and would never have dreamed of fighting on its side. They, of course, knuckled under and shut the fuck up because they didn't want the KGB didn't exist, the NKVD, to, kidnap them or torture them or murder them or otherwise impose sanction upon them. But they would never have took up arms in defence of it until the Nazis rolled up and people saw the alternative.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden the what were known as the Frontiere, which is an interesting linguistic thing. The Frontiere were essentially partisans, French partisans during the First World War. French and Belgian partisans. Who would often go behind German lines and kill German soldiers. And there was a thing called the Terrorpsychose, which was the fear of being shot from behind, which gripped so many of them that when they heard people walking behind them, they would often just turn around and shoot. And it was often people on their own side, of course. A lot of innocent, a lot of friendly fire incidents, let's say. Anyway, and the partisans in the Eastern Front became known as Frontiere as well, because that's how they were known by the Germans. Anyway, the partisans behind the lines, that had seen how the Nazis operated once they'd taken over the place in which they lived, they joined the fucking resistance, However much they despised the Stalinist state, they were more than happy to aid it in throwing out a much
What is that
worse
shit,
enemy.
Lucy? It's an epic one, okay? It's a cute outfit.
War does
you
that.
don't like?
It's very extreme pressure. And extreme pressure drives things together and
Lucy
apart.
Harry Stream. What do you mean Harry Stream?
Bad guys
what
get
do you
extra
mean?
money. Corruption means poor guys
What do
carry
you?
the
Yeah, my
burden
hair is
of
not
bad
super
guys getting that
clean.
extra money.
Okay.
Because those dollars could have paid, for example, for mercenaries. Millions of dollars going into real estate in Dubai, owned by Ukrainian oligarchs, the exact same way Russian oligarchs do.
Those old archaeologists on Time Team were the shit, by the way. Yeah. I loved it. I love that show. In its heyday, there's nothing like Time Team. Fucking dope. Anyway, to what we used to say in 255, there are scenarios where I think it's justifiable to institute a draft, but I also can't blame anyone dodging it. Does that make sense? On a personal level, you can always understand why a person acts in the way they do, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you think it's moral. So, saying you understand why someone does a thing is
sorry.
is a different claim than the one I'm making, I think. I'm on about the, I suppose, morality of living in a society that you then refuse completely to not necessarily defend, but defend the people of that society from an obvious outside threat. Back when Tony Robbins wasn't a twat. No, to be fair, Tony Robinson was always a twat. He just wasn't dancing about in the street going, change, vote change, when he's talking about fucking Sir Keith Casey. Well, cute. No, he was Casey then, wasn't he? Yeah, because the Queen had died. Can we get some lols in chat for Lizzie still being in a box? Festering old bitch.
all that money could have gone towards putting more boots on the ground that wanted to be there. Because once again, this is a class war. The people who are being conscripted and beaten and sent to the front lines, often, by the way, to the most dangerous parts of the front lines, where often they will be kidnapped by other Ukrainian regiments to do their suicide missions for them. They're the poor ones. Oh yeah, leaving aside the fact, by the way, that
Sorry, I have to. Okay, I have to change the. What is this? This is the. This to be the. This is the. Switching the computers. Okay.
Dubai is built and serviced by slaves as well. Sorry, indentured laborers. It's 2026. You know, you can go all the way back to the initial slave trade because that's where America's wealth stems from. That's actually what the
Amazing.
colonization and settling of America depended upon.
Literally true, by the way. You know, there's a really horrible phrase that was used called the 5 civilized tribes. So I forget exactly which ones they were. It doesn't really matter for the purposes I'm mentioning it. During the early days of the American expansion into the North American continent, they had these 5 North American First Nations people, tribes, that they refer to as the 5 civilized tribes. And they were called that because they were the ones that did slavery. Literally true, by the way. They did slavery, so the white people called them the civilized tribes. Whereas the North American native peoples who didn't were uncivilized. America is the society you get when you build your entire basis up upon slavery. Yeah. But humans do seem to love a cheeky bit of slavery. You're quite right.
Great book. The half has never been told. Thank you, Brooks. Fundamentally, it is a class war between a slave society that is transnational. No, not that one. Calm down. And poor people who don't own capital. Zelensky's bragging about sending over drone operators to places like the UAE. I thought they were short on personnel. What's the deal? And the deal is Ukraine isn't being talked about anymore, which is a bit of a problem for Ukraine, the Ukrainian oligarchy, because it means that, you know, people aren't fighting as hard for money to get sent to Ukraine. And here's the thing people need to understand. When you have a tremendous amount of money being funneled into a country in wartime, and the regime is corrupt and gains economically by money put into public coffers, they have a direct interest in maintaining that state of tension for as long as possible, because that is the condition of their power. This is also the...
Okay, but like, what regime isn't corrupt? Like, you're essentially saying war is war crime. Now, if your position is that you're anti-war, that's fine. If your position is that you're a pacifist, at least argue that point. But I suspect you're not. I certainly don't get the impression that you're a pacifist. So you are trying to sort of have your cake and eat it, I think.
The case for Putin, by the way. You don't live in a world where there's an evil empire and Helm's Deep over here, and just one decides to get global power and attacks that one, and the other one's like, oh, every boy able to wield a sword man the wall or they'll kill us all. And this is really basic. This is not something revolutionary that I'm explaining.
Yeah, you don't fucking say.
This is known for a very long time. Liberal pedophiles don't want to admit that.
He's really pleased with that phrase. He's so fart huffy. That little smirk he did. Oh
boy.
God. I mean, it is a
boy.
funny line, I suppose.
Because they are also in the same position. It's sort of like why liberals who are pro-genocide will also entertain two-state solutions, even though two-state solutions are not being offered, and nobody believes they will get them.
It's very much trying to make fetch happen, yes.
Because a two-state solution allows people to entertain the myth that they are actually in favor of both sides flourishing, if only people could just get along. Meanwhile, everything they do and say privileges the position of the powerful aggressor that is massacring civilians. If there is one irony about the situation, it is this. As a consequence of the fictional logic of
I
national...
I don't know what happened to him. I don't know what happened to President Sunday on this subject. I'm baffled. I'm as baffled as anyone else in this chat right now. I'm as baffled as any of you as to what happened here.
self-determination. Ukraine is allowed to enslave white people, where for most countries that would be a problem. Why? Because Ukrainians who are enslaved by the state against their will to be sent to die in the meat grinder are fighting for their own freedom. Iranians can't do that. Palestinians.
Well, okay. Oh. Enslaving white people. They're not enslaving white people. At least not exclusively. Firstly, it depends on exactly how you define white. It's only very, very recently the Ukrainians have been considered white.
True, and Polish people.
They
for
are
that matter.
light-skinned, of course, but that's not quite what people mean, I think. And secondly, I don't think they don't conscript non-white people in the Ukraine. So I know you're making like what you think is a really based woke point here about white people good, brown people bad logic of the West, which, yeah, does exist, to be sure. I don't think it makes the point you think it makes.
Palestinians can't do that. They're just victims. They don't have agency. Victims and criminals. That's what you get. Reverse racism Israel. Who thought? What the fuck is aristocratic anarchism? That's me. See my posh cardigan?
That was fucking awful.
Yeah, it was.
I genuinely, I rarely will I do this, but I almost feel like apologising to you, chat. I do, like, I will watch slop content for the entertainment of it, right?
That was not entertaining.
I will watch.
Grady Wannabe says, my very awesome matrix government professor's college was Ukrainian, and she was definitely not treated as white in the sense that Sandra is trying to invoke by the college admin. Yeah, because Slavic people are generally barely treated as white. That is the reality of it. Polish people, Ukrainian people, we're barely white. According to Nick Fuentes, we're straight up not white. So, straight up. And I'm Polish Jewish, so that makes me double not white, I guess.
Things way worse than that. Way more like, way more like crazy fucking racist people, or the fucking, what's that, the Italian fucking fascist wanker, the 255 gets me to watch, Metatron. Dickheads like that will fucking I don't know, Shadowversity or something.
Oh, Shadowversity is the worst.
Oof, those Lindy Beige's weird fucking moments. I will watch crap, right? With you. And indeed for you, I suppose, to an extent. For your entertainment, for your delectation.
True.
And yet, I never feel like I need to apologise for that.
Hmm.
Because that's just like meaningless. Absolutely fucking meaningless. Like I can watch a Metatron video and it's just slop. It's just slop. It doesn't mean anything to me. And I don't think it means anything to you either.
Yeah.
Other than as entertainment to see, like, essentially it's a lolcow thing, right? It's just a joke. The person making the video doesn't think it's a joke. They don't mean it as a joke, but it is extraordinarily funny to watch people thrash around about bullshit.
Yeah.
Whereas that was just slightly boring and depressing and about a very serious topic.
Yeah.
And he talked shit. And that's not my kind of thing. That just felt... bleh. Do you know? Oh, pardon me. There you go. It was just shit.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and it was absolutely motivated by drama. You can tell it was motivated by streamer drama shit, because he fucking mentioned loads of streamers. Fucking
Yeah.
Wick. Who the fuck brings up Wick?
In relation
Who the
to
fuck gives a shit about Wick?
in relation to Ukraine, no less. Vladimir says Nick will change his mind, Lucy. He constantly has been changing his opinions. First, we have America First. Soon, America First will be gay and lame. And first, he was a big fan of Putin. Now, then was nah. True. True. It's all true.
Who, again, just to reiterate, is a bitch. But no, who gives a fuck? Why are you deciding anything about geopolitics based on Wick or Dylan
Wants to be-
Burns or
Wants to
anyone
be right
else?
anyway.
Who is Wick? Well, okay, so
Makes
yeah,
sense. Oh,
I
yeah,
suppose his
no,
name's
makes
not well known. I've been on a few of his panels a long time ago. I stopped going on them a long time ago. He's neo-libby fucking kind of Destiny Orbiter type person, I suppose. Actually, is he a Destiny Orbiter? Is that fair? Maybe. Anyway, a kind of Destiny simp guy. You know, he's not British, by the way. He's American. But he's a sort of Destiny Orbiter guy. The person you're thinking of is Lonerbox, who's a different person. No, Wick is an American streamer who does like panel discussion things, which, like I say, I used to go on a long time ago, but I've stopped. I couldn't be bothered. They weren't really very worthwhile, and they're on at fucking 2 a.m. here, so I can't be bothered.
Right.
I'll stay up for something worthwhile, but I'm not staying up for that. And yeah, he's a bitch. He is a bitch who talks shit and has awful people on to talk rubbish about serious topics and some not so serious topics. And clearly, President Sunday and I have a similar low opinion of Wick and his content. I actually don't think he's necessarily on a personal level the most objectionable person in the
Wick?
space, but he is pretty. Again, he's a bitch. So, yeah. But, look, I don't judge anything based on what some fucking streamer does or whatever.
True. You should never do that.
You know?
Never do that.
I will say that Kev is one of the few streamers I enjoy. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. You're mad. You're clearly...
How do you like the art? How do you like the drawing, by the way? How do you like how it's turning out? Doing pretty well, isn't it? Oh, I use it to not leave any parts uncolored. It's a little trick that illustrators do, that you have everything in this blue thing, so that if you leave any part of the thing uncolored, then you will see the colored spots and you will be able to color it in. I'm gonna give it a background or something. Also, as always, consider going to lucyhaza.org/live and donating or subscribing.
Fucking mad. But yes, well, exactly. I am unironically British, and therefore
Welcome
you
back,
shouldn't
Gatorade.
listen to what I have to say. Otherwise, you basically are doing the Amritsar massacre. When you think about it, historically, with the transitive property, you basically are firing upon innocent, peaceful protesters in India. Fact, undeniable fact.
Well,
What's this 255? What have you got for me? If this is Metatron, if I've like stirred the Metatron yearnings within you, 255. Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, 255. You were doing so well. You hadn't suggested him for fucking ages, and then I go and mention the prick, and all of a sudden it's. You are genuinely the only streamer I follow. Oh, well, thank you, Eunice, the nameless entity. I mean, there are much better streamers. You should check some of them out.
yeah, check me out, for God's sake. I could use a bigger following. Valimir says, oh yeah, how can I forget about this one? One time was, yeah, N-word blah are all N-word based, right guys? Put some based comments in the chat and tell me what's your favorite N-word. What the hell? Oh yeah, he did read. Oh, will you mention me?
Yeah. Hassan Piker just embarrassed himself.
Oh, so that's
Okay,
why
that's-
he rated me, because he was talking about awful Ukraine takes, and I'm in Ukraine doing journalism. That explains it, I guess. That explains it.
Seems like suitable slop for another time. Thank you, 255. I was hoping it would be a Beadle video, you fucking prick.
You just assaulted me.
Absolute fucking penguin. You goose. You fucking seagull.
Thank you, Zoshilix. I mean, Kevin Logan knows me.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you. Thank you for the tier 1. Malaki, thank you. More art stream. Yeah, I mean, I can continue art, or I can play a game. But if I'm gonna do more art, then we will have to watch some other video, I think.
She's at podcast friends now. What do you mean she's at podcast friends? What? I don't know. Anyway, I'm just fucking rambling now. I need to leave. No, I know who the she is, but what do you mean she's at podcast friends now? What does that mean? I don't know what you fucking mean.
Oh, he just said Lucy, and he knew just by saying Lucy. Excellent. See, I think.
You're ending now. Could you raid into Lucy? Oh, Navarra. Oh, well, no, I think she's back home now. But, yeah. Or maybe she isn't. I don't fucking know. But she does she has been doing Thursdays and Fridays, so, you know.
Right? He knew who I was, right? Just from...
Speaking of Beadle, you were mentioned on Wednesday. Fuck you! What do you mean I was mentioned on Wednesday's show? What did they say? Kev, she is growing out of the nest. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I predicted this would happen, by the way. I was ready for that.
Yeah, I've been mentioned. positively.
And I don't. There's no absolutely.
Maybe
no,
this will be my video to break the 1K views. Who knows? Maybe this reaction will be my 1K views reaction. I'll just mention both Kevin and President Sunday in the title. Then we go. I've got my. I'm gonna title it the 1,000 views video. Maybe. How's that? How would you like that to? How? What if I call this segment the video to break 1K with at Kevin Logan and at President Sunday? How's that sound?
fucking hard feelings at all. She, I always knew she would, she had the opportunity, the talent to be able to make something of herself in this space, in this industry. If she worked hard enough and got a bit of luck, you know, and she has, and that's, honestly, I wish her all the fucking best. There will come a point, I'm sure, where she will do no shows with me anymore. Not because she necessarily has fallen out with me, but because she's busy. She's moved into a different realm, and that's absolutely fine, and I wish her all the best. Genuinely, there's no pettiness or...
People could be
game
doing
playing
shows
with
with
me
me,
at all.
you know. I'm just saying, I'm open to do
That's
shows
what
with
happens.
people.
Anyway,
Oh yeah, true. We could. I have a DM line with Kevin Logan.
Kevcast friends. Well, exactly.
We
Maybe
did
I'll
some
develop a
stuff.
stable of
We did
people
one
that
stream together.
I helped along the way. I don't know. We stan Helena, she's a good egg. Well, to be fair, that egg cracked a long time ago, I think. I think that shell is in pieces, mate. Anyway. Raid some random geek. I suppose I could do. Someone said, is Lucy going? I'm not sure. No.
Random geek.
Didn't you help the serve sales? Well, yeah, I did very long time ago now, but yeah. Well, I mean, that's how I know Lance, is that he came on my show. Oh, how many years ago was that? Wow. 8 years ago or something? 9 years ago? Maybe? Fuck, that was a
Why
long
is he
time
the
ago.
punching bag of the
Yeah, anyway, they got
anti-SUV
banned by
creators?
YouTube or Twitch or whatever, and I had
Yeah,
them
he
on
did raid me on Twitch. He did, yeah, with 27 people. Was he the punching bag for anti-SJW content?
It was like, oh, give them a little boost or whatever. And they were really cool, and me and Lance have stayed friends since. We don't talk very often, but we are friendly. Yeah, okay, I'll go over to some random geek on YouTube, because they're the only person I can say. Have fun with that. And we'll go over to Lucy on Twitch, I think. And you can go and tell her all about how Ukraine and Russia are exactly the same. And I'm sure she will definitely agree with President Sunday on that. Funny. Go and say hello, and yeah, I will see you all. Is it past midnight?
I definitely agree, yeah. Oh, it's a long time. Jesus Christ. Yeah, totally, completely agree. Yeah. You're both the
No, it's
same.
not. It's only just gone 11. Early doors. I will see you all.
In fact, Poland
tomorrow
then
for
pressured the
things
same.
and whatever. Yeah, we'll do something. I'll try and have something a bit more. I don't know. Just better. I think just better is the word I'll go with. Free Palestine. Free Ukraine. Free Cuba. Free your mind and your soul. No pass around.
Excellent. Do you want me to watch something else? I'll go quickly to the toilet. In the meantime, enjoy the artwork. I think. And give me some opinions about what you think of it. I think it's shaping up pretty well. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna be right back. What is that? Moment. We want to watch something or do we want to play a game? Write in the chat. I don't want to start a whole poll for it. Just tell me. Just be active, chatters, and tell me what you want. We all have personalities. Depends on how you define personality. I definitely have a personality. We all have personalities. Dr. Jones has the biggest personality of them all. You don't like gaming streams? Even the ones with Dr. Jones? R plus video. Okay, let's do R plus video. Also consider gifting Incuba thing. God, I'm low on. God, I have to do something about this. Is it problematic? While we're doing the things. Okay, we've done it. We've saved the energy of the laptop. There we go. We've done it. We've saved the situation. Lucy, what do you think of the Cyberpunk game? Which, like, side? Do you mean the CD Projekt Red Cyberpunk game? I think it's fine. The one time I tried playing any Polish game of CD Projekt Red, a bunch of Polish people came in and told me I was ugly, and I should cut my hair, and I was ugly again and had an ugly face, and that was in 2023. That was at the beginning of 2020. No, that was near the end of 2023, actually. The tabletop game, I like the tabletop game, but yeah, I like it. I actually have it. I've had it when I was in primary school, a young kid. As a young kid in primary school, I had the tabletop. I still have the books from back then. I could show them on stream. Thank you, Grey Young Wannabe, for the subscription. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dabkun TV? Wait, who's Dabkun TV? I've never seen Dabkun TV on this stream. I've never seen a viewer called Dabkun TV on my stream. Am I actually having some new viewers? Also, thank you very much. All right, let's watch a video. Thank you very much. All right, let's watch some other slop video. Oh, President Sunday is streaming. What is happening?
Area, and he goes, "Oh, it wasn't us." Like, are you joking? It wasn't us. You're behind us. Okay, we're trained soldiers. You know where the firing came from. You are the only people, because the area's cleared, who are behind us. Then it happens again. So they're having a laugh of us. They're joking. They're trying to antagonize us also.
The
Only 85 people
from afar.
Usually President Sunday gets more people watching.
GHF were
streams.
working
Maybe it's
hand in
because
hand
it's
on
not
this.
a usual
No,
time.
they didn't like us.
I
They are
don't
the biggest
know.
threat
Is
to
it?
us, more than the supposed Hamas. The biggest threat. It's just a shooting.
What is the viewership? Only 84. Usually it's like about 200 people. What happened? Like, I don't get it. What happened to the viewership? Oh, maybe it's because Brooks is also, yeah. Maybe the viewership is divided between him and Brooks or something. Actually, should I go into Brooks and call into him? Should I call into Brooks's stream? Hold on. Where's my pen? Where's my tablet pen? Have you seen my pen? Without it, I cannot. Oh, there we go.
Fucking sentence she wrote. That's a sentence she wrote.
Who?
That's a sentence someone wrote and went, yes. That's in this one. That's in the same thing about Dionysian. Kant is Dionysian for her. Oh, sorry. I'll read the rest of this because you may not believe me. These are Dionysian
Hello
followers,
there.
but who are the leaders?
These are
These are not always
Ukraine and
obvious or immediately
conscription.
identifiable. For instance, the greatest Dionysian in history
is
was a
speedrunning
shriveled
getting
little
banned from
square,
the Sunday
well past
verse.
30, who never drank or smoked pot, who took a daily walk with such precise,
Was he?
monotonous regularity, the townspeople set their
What
clocks
did he
by
say?
him. His name was Immanuel Kant. Kant was the first on just so much, which involves, so much. I don't know. One of the classic, the way that the language is being used by people in terms of does someone support Ukraine is a hyper moralistic stance. Is water still wet? Well, I think there are places where Sunday and I disagree. We just haven't had a chance to sync up. So I'm trying to be a little bit more general with kind of how I'm talking about this. We may have very particular critiques. The moralistic language is being used to condemn people who have a hesitation about purely supporting outright the what's happening in Ukraine or eternally supporting Ukraine or whatever that means. Given that we are in a very different place than we were a few years ago, as time passes, as the realities on the ground shift, as things harden, it is important, especially for people on the pseudo left or anything else, you take a moment and realize the historical way that the state and politicians utilize these types of moments to then create moralistic frameworks and value systems that they then dump on a liberal reactionary audience. There's no way to have a conversation about it unless we start from there. When the response to people saying, I have concerns with how the Ukraine war is being processed. Sunday just started streaming out that fucking asshole. That asshole. What an asshole. I fucking love that guy. What an asshole. He is whoever he is. It's great. When people, and you can see it in the responses to Sunday, and I think that's the part that I've been very fascinated by. And I think it says a million more things than he maybe could himself, just by sort of demonstrating where the arguments sit or how the arguments are persecuted or prosecuted or made when you're digesting these things online.
I mean, to be fair, there's a difference between I have a problem with how this war is digested and he's a Nazi, it's a Nazi state. The only difference between Russia and Ukraine is they're on this side of the line and they're on this side of the line. I find that there's a fundamental difference between this and that.
When someone is saying, hey, I have issues with X, Y, or Z on Ukraine's side, they're being called pro-Putin. They're being called Russia Today. They're being called propaganda. There's hateful, incredible rhetoric in response. It is a purely reactive structure. The content of concerns can't be heard because the first thing that happens is a moral loyalty test. This is like, first and foremost, if you are a leftist, if you are anyone who claims to be a leftist, you need to be able to spot this when it happens. And you'll do it. I do it. Everyone does it. It's fine. But you need to be able to spot it and go, whew, because Sunday said, fuck Putin, fuck what Russia is doing. But the response to that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. There's this fantastic book that I have to sort of push back on a lot of people and sort of say that they need to read. It's a book called Towards the Abyss. Verso put it out. It's I'm not going to pronounce his name correctly. I want to say Vladimir. It's Volodymyr. It's that kind of thing, but it's Ishchenko. I'm not going to pronounce it correctly. I apologize. Entire block of the world I just don't even have the ability to do. But the thing that he's doing and what his arguments are is very much in line with Sunday's. And it's important because as you start seeing how these arguments are being made and who's putting them up, the distinction between state and peoples is basically the operational claim at the center of it. And it's incredibly important to understand that distinction. That's the thing. Ukrainians, the people within the boundaries of Ukraine and who have now been scattered. I'm in Vancouver, Washington. We have a huge group of Ukrainian, whether they're here because of visas or they're here for refugee status or because they have family. We have an incredible, wonderful Ukraine sort of contingent here. I fortunately have actually been to Ukraine. I have friends, I have coworkers, I have companies I've worked with, people I really care about there. So in a lot of different places all over Ukraine, weirdly enough, very connected. These people have a multivariant experience when it comes to it, but they are the ones being persecuted by not just the Russian state apparatus and military, but they're also being persecuted internally by their own politics and their own political superstructure and oligarchy. And that thing that's happening there is incredibly important to make a distinguish between that and the government, who are actually there. And as Ischenko goes into, what makes it very unique is that Ukraine isn't being born whole cloth. A lot of people will make, and I will tell you, I tend to make the same argument. I think it's a worthwhile one. It's a very different direction than most. I think it's worth comparing it to Korea, the Korean War and the setup there. There's a lot of ways we can do it. It's, again, not a moral or ethical one for me, but I think the stance at the bottom of it is worth that conversation, because what has happened in Korea when we first set up, when North and South got split, when a forever war took place, when we turned South Korea into a vassal state, when it became a defense contractor, then a defense producer, then basically a hyper-capitalist nightmare. If you don't know the history of Korea and the way the businesses there were basically built out of the defense industry and American intervention, it's wild. It's being levied across the board when it comes to people talking about Ukraine, but there's a big difference. Ukraine, as its own setup, its own oligarchy, its own power structure, existed prior to this war. So what's happening with the war is a really unique...
I don't like the comparison to the Korean War for an obvious reason.
Political opportunity by those who, inside of the state, inside of the wealth, inside of all of these things, make their way into, hey, we can make a bunch of money off of this. And you can find historical cases that I think really play with this. Korea is the one I think a lot of people push to, but you can make and say, like, Taiwan. We can talk about the Philippines, for example,
I mean, you can
where
talk about
the
all
U.S.
wars
until 1992 basically
in this
filled the place with
way.
bases, and then they closed them only to sort of re-expand them. Like a lot of these things, it's huge. Glad you're doing well, George. I'll get to comments on what you guys are saying about Sunday, but it's important because when we talk about, like, Egypt, people don't talk about Egypt anymore. Egypt was a vassal state for like years and years and years. I think Egypt is second only to Israel in terms of the amount of money that we gave them. Like, it's crazy. The story of Egypt, 79 through 92, 91. I don't like some crazy time there. Japan, West Germany, the way that these states exist, Pakistan, Colombia, Iraq, Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, Libya. The U.S. has a history of really interesting and odd interventions that end up building these wonderful little vassal states. So she relates. Okay.
Oh, I just gave. I just answered your question. I said that. I said that I don't like the comparison to the Korean War because the Korean War was a civil war between two, like it was one Korea split into two.
This is the
And
symbol or principle.
and Russia and Ukraine are not one country that's split into two and are fighting a civil war. That's why I don't like the comparison to Korea. Because it's skirted very closely to the whole brotherly nations. They're actually the same people fighting against each other, etc.
Would be the man who lives by or functions under the Dionysius principle.
Like I've genuinely met people from different countries that are in Poland that just look me in the face and ask, aren't they just one people fighting?
His only tool of values, and that reason is the only.
Like if Brooks would have me, I would call in to talk about the thing because I just don't, you know.
As a note, she never engaged with Hume. For those who don't know, Hume utilized reason to show that reason was fallacious. Oh yeah, wait, Kant did that too. I can't imagine that she ever. Oh wait, she literally
How do I
wrote an entire
add
book on Kant.
Brooks here? Can I add Brooks in this? Or whatever?
Kant's terrible. Let's do another one. Let me read some more Ayn Rand for you. Does she ever define reason? August. Dummy. No. That would be logic. That would be reason. By the grace of Aristotle, Galileo, Pasteur, Edison, and of a long thin line of often martyred men stretching back through millennia, Western man has not lived with his natural environment, in the sense intended by a quotation, but the rest of mankind has and does. An Asian peasant who labors through all of his waking hours with tools created in biblical times, a South American aborigine who is devoured by piranha in a jungle stream.
I don't even know what to
who is
write
bitten
at
by
this
the
point.
tsetse fly. An Arab whose teeth are green with decay. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm just reading. This is just Ayn Rand. These do live with their natural environment. They're scarcely able to appreciate its beauty. Try to tell a Chinese mother whose child is dying of cholera. Should one do everything one can? Of course not. Tell a Russian housewife who trudges miles on foot in sub-zero weather in order to spend hours standing in line at a state store dispensing food rations that America is defiled by shopping centers, expressways, and family cars. It is not possible that the anti-pollution, i.e. anti-technology crusaders, are ignorant of man's condition in the midst of an unconquered nature. It does not seem possible that, knowing it, they would advocate its return, but there it is, out of their own mouth. I said she was against racism? Yeah. I know. I know.
When will we see address about the comment talking about Bucha? Wait, which one?
I know.
Oh, I don't know. We'll see.
Heard you talking about moralizing about Ukraine, people's reactions? Yes, but I would argue as moralizing as well calling Ukraine a Nazi state. He's talking about the function of the state, though. It's not moralizing. I mean, I think we could have that conversation, but again, that's within a very particular framework that I don't think matters to it. The old line Marxists used to claim that a single modern faculty could produce enough shoes to provide a whole population of the world and that nothing but capitalism prevented it. I don't feel like that's true. I don't feel like that sentence is even. Can you imagine people that you can see on the back? I bought it. This was the newsletter that people would get. I think putting Ukraine on spot in particular is moralizing, because if we can make this point about all states, I think Ukraine is a very good state to make this point with, given the direction everything's heading. What's the point of making about Ukraine in particular? Because Ukraine is doing some weird fucking shit, and they're actively trying to build, and I've said they're trying to build towards a forever war. What direction would that be? Zelensky has said he wants to become like Korea. He says this. Like, he's saying this. You disagree that he said this? How do you disagree that he says this? I'm fascinated by that. How do you disagree that he said this? Because Russia will always want to invade Ukraine? It is stupid to claim that, to be honest.
Yeah, it is stupid to claim that Ukraine
quite
was a
literally.
forever war.
That's the argument he's making. Like, you know, Korea, like South Korea exists because of a war where we fearmongered about, like the West fearmongered about how China was going to invade and take over South Korea, like all of Korea. So we, you know, began supporting parts, and then blah, blah, then split happened. Then, you know, Stalin and China, like a bunch of stuff, right? Like, it's not stupid to claim that. I don't, that would be moralizing language. It's stupid to claim that. Why? Like, I'm stating why I'm on these things. He's not making an argument that he wants a forever war. He wants a situation where Ukraine won't be attacked by Russia, just as is the case with Korea. Okay. Do you know that Korea's in a forever war? Do you know that they're in a forever war? Like that's Ukraine, that's Korea's thing, right? So he wants to be in a forever. Like, that's saying that.
There is no hostilities happening between the Koreas.
Korea is not in an active war? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Tell North Korea that they're not actively in a war with South Korea, and that they're not actively under attack, and that they don't have to keep sending and shooting out missiles and having the saber rattling as a thing. Like, are the Koreas in the same type of war as Russia and Ukraine? Holy fuck. Like, so how time works, when I say that Zelensky is wanting to become Korea,
I'm going to look it up.
and I'm saying that that's not a good thing, and then you say, well, they're not the same right now. I go, yes, because he's saying he wants that to be the case, which would imply that it's not that right now. So we'll talk about Zelensky in the quote, because I think it's worthwhile. He talked about how he wanted the situation to become like Korea. He specifically broke out the fact that Korea actually doesn't really count, because North Korea doesn't have nearly the number of people or the ongoing hatred of Korea in the same way that Russia has for it. That they would need 7 to 8 to 10 times, I think is what he said, the power and the investment, right? This is silly. Do you know that Jean is at war with Russia?
Japan.
I don't know what the fuck that means or why that's silly. You can be quite rude about this, Lucy. I'm at no point am I saying anything where I'm not wanting to support. Like, this is the point. I could not have caveated everything I said more about how, oh, Japan is at war with Russia. Yeah, but I used Japan as an example earlier.
That's a forever war.
Japan basically has been a military outpost for the U.S. for a very long time, and they have an incredibly reactionary government due to how we helped rebuild. Like, again, this is what happened in Korea. I gave a lot of examples.
That's
Japan
true.
was in them.
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
These are things that it's worth critiquing. Like, it's worth critiquing. Hey, I think it's fucked up that Ukraine does these things. You can go, yeah, it is. Should we stop supporting them? I didn't say that. I literally said I couldn't caveat it enough, and yet I'm being called silly. Yet I'm being like, this is my point about the response to Sunday that's been very fascinating, as a thing. Like, I find it fascinating. Like, there are ways to critique things. There are types of critiques that are ridiculous. You can't even state, you've literally said, I'm being silly. You've literally said, this is silly. Oh God, Lucy. Lucy, come on.
There you go.
Come on.
I have not called them silly.
We have as a hegemon that is in support the ability to do a lot of things when we give money, when we encourage things, when we make things happen.
He hasn't told me to call in.
I think maybe if you remember, Lucy, we talked about
force.
this. I think the U.S. should have gotten significantly more involved in a way faster way sooner. But we are where we are. So today, we should be, hey, let's encourage this situation to resolve differently. Let's push these things. It would be lovely. Be lovely. We can do that. I still don't get the issue. But you know what I also don't get?
Yeah.
Ayn Rand.
This is in regard to Nietzsche's
Okay,
epistemology.
I guess we're done for now.
The way he saw men, as you stated correctly, he believes that men are born with certain innate ideas,
no, I think Brooks is
characteristics,
much more
or
reasonable, to be
dispositions,
honest.
that some are born to be supermen and others are born to be slaves.
That's nowhere in Nietzsche's works at all.
Now, he meant, again, the issue of slaves, he never made it very clear whether he meant it literally and politically or metaphysically, in the sense.
He really did make pretty clear, actually, that he was talking about, like, slaves.
Of an inferior class of beings. And here he is guilty of many contradictions. On the one hand, he was opposed to a political dictatorship or the political state. On the other hand, he claimed that the so-called slave or inferior men are the natural prey for the superman, and that these issues,
This is not Nietzsche at all. I love it.
to who belongs
That was
where,
weird.
is totally
Listen,
non-objective
it happens.
and deterministic. You are born one way or the other, and
Her response to this, I already know what it's going to be. I already know, because there are parts to her philosophy that are good.
Someone is.
Here's a big one. You ready? Tabula rasa. The idea that every person
There we go.
is born blank slate. The idea that everyone is a field of potential and everything. She goes way out of her way to make this point. That's the fundamental thing, that everyone's born tabula rasa. That's a very good response. It doesn't go right because, again, it presumes that then that person is born outside of
I'm sorry.
politics and time
I'm
and
a bit
geography.
disappointed that
But hey,
Brooks agrees with President
take-
Sundays on this crap, but whatever.
not tabula rasa. She will absolutely be arguing tabula rasa here. That's like her favorite set of words. It's because it's Latin. It makes her sound smart.
you're just then, in effect, an automaton working out his predestined path. Now, that's the exact opposite of objectivism, which holds that man is born tabula rasa, that he does not inherit any
Called it.
ideas or any values at birth, that he has to develop his own character, his own values, and his own ideas and knowledge. He has to acquire it by a volitional action of his own mind. That man's mind, which is a volitional.
Miranda is about nurture over nature. Yes, almost entirely. I would actually say entirely, except for the fact that she really privileges the anthro in anything. There's an edge.
Oh, well,
and
thanks,
it's that,
Glitchmaster.
as she might say, bitches be submissive.
Well, whatever. If Sunday was just applying a framework in there enough, why is there a state doesn't exist? It's just weird. I'm sorry. But it is what it is. Oh my gosh, this is just silly. This is just silly business. Alright, I've made my mark. I am offended at everybody. They have betrayed me. Look, this is just I find I actually find it interesting that Brooks finds the responses to President Sunday so fascinating. Because any critique can be like, you're critical of President Sunday's view on this. Fascinating. Fascinating. Joshua Tauber 1. I will not betray you, Lucy. Remember those of us who stand with you. Thank you. Thank you. I am actually seeing an increase in viewership, I guess, over the last few streams, maybe. Oh no, wait, never mind. I lost half the viewers. I might betray you. Thank you. It's just, I don't know. I think this went a bit more. The thing with President Sunday went not well. Also, yes. Wait, what's with the music? Where is the music coming from? Oh, that's the blasphemous music. I don't know. I'm gonna check if I've lost any of my progress first of all, and then I'm gonna join Weilheim because I promised. Also, I don't know. I'd argue him on these things, but it does make me think, have they been thinking of you like this about Ukraine this whole time? I assume so, yeah. Like Zelensky just wants, like, it's all Ukraine is going in this bad direction because I go, for God's sake. Yeah, Zelensky is just seeking a forever war. Yeah, that's the ticket. That's exactly what's happening, yeah. It's all about this forever wars. Because it's not like Russia is wanting to constantly invade Ukraine. Lucy was the tokens level along. No, I have not lost actually much. I haven't lost any of the art. Thank goodness. Feels we're safe. I guess we're fine. There we go. It's all good. I could use with a cheer up donation if anybody feels sorry for me being the token Slav. Yeah. This is so disappointing. I feel so disappointed in at least Kevin Logan made me feel better a bit. Through the baby's first anarchism. Alright, let's enter Valheim. Theme. Yeah, I just...
Oh, Barry!
Oh, thank you, Dr. Jones, for the $10. The token always gets spent. Like, how is he gonna spend this? True. Thank you. To pay rent in Ukraine. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, I just had a scuffle with Mr. Brooks.
How did that go?
Not well.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
Where is the game? Valheim. I did promise I'd be a good person and join. Oh, good night. Yeah, I just don't know. It's just so weird.
So I guess it's up to you, Incube, what you want to do next. If you want to fight Motor, the dragon, if you want to
It's up
gather
to-
iron, or
Wait, where is Giggle? Which ones do I... Giggle Pond? Which one do I enter? The world? Giggle Pond? Giggler Pond? Is that it?
the Duck Pond, I think it was called, or
Giggler Pond.
Duckheim? Duckheim, that's what it was, I think.
What? I don't see it on the list. I see Solo World and Giggle
I can send
Pond.
you an invite.
Yeah, send me an invite. How is everyone doing in the chat that are still watching? You're gonna be watching me play Valheim now, if that's your fate. Your fate is to watch me play Valheim now. So that I can lose all the viewers. All the viewers can drop. Isn't that right, Raiderant?
Wow, you're saying that Valheim isn't popular?
Yeah. Unless you have the super cool, flashy banter, which I had with Brooks now, but
I mean,
what
it-
exactly were you talking about?
sorry,
What were you talking about exactly?
with whom?
Brooks.
Oh, Ukraine, of course.
Yeah, but what was his take?
Oh, that President signed is mostly correct, and the comments to his video are fascinating.
I mean, if he hasn't seen everything Sunday said, yeah, would expect that.
Yeah.
Don't need potion usually for that
I
area.
just I'm gonna be honest. It's without fail, it's always people that live in all the countries are that are super far from any kind of understanding or any kind of concept of war in practice. Always people from the US, Canada, and all those other countries that are just safe and sound from any sort of invasion or war, to be blunt. Where everything can be just, relativized, theorized, and thank you very much.
Well, it will more than likely, what's the word, blow over.
Like I said that his argument was being silly, and then he said I was calling him silly, which was not the case.
I mean, wouldn't it?
No, if I say what you're saying is silly, it doesn't follow that I'm telling that you are as a person are silly. Like if you say that someone's argument is stupid, it does not mean that you're calling them stupid. By the same token. There's that distinction there.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Isn't that right, Craterine?
I agree. An argument can be dumb, but a person can not be dumb or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly.
Although I understand too, like having a hard time not taking offense to someone saying that your argument
Oh.
is dumb.
Yeah, I don't think the US will invade Canada, to be honest.
What?
I don't think the US will invade Canada. Imagine not being able to handle getting called silly. I mean, I did not call him silly though. I said that what he was saying was being silly.
Well, to be fair, even if you did, that's
very disappointing.
nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. It's
Isn't that right, Dr. Jones? I'm sure they'll stop talking about it eventually, but it'll still be there in the background. Yeah. Yeah. disappointing to me. I'm feeling disappointed. Like a marshmallow.
Disappointed like a marshmallow?
Yeah.
That's the first time I hear that one.
One day they'll always. Yeah, but they will say that
No, I
they are
just
on the
realized.
side, but so. Yeah.
I don't have a bow.
Uh-oh. Well,
Oh,
it does land, so
Yeah, exactly. I'll deal with it when it lands.
Where am I supposed to go now?
if you want to join the boss fight, we're in the mountains fighting Motor.
Where are the mountains again? Where am I?
If you're at the home base, it's the portal called Motor.
Oh, okay. I know Dr. Jones is not a disappointment. Yeah, but I'm disappointed. Like a marshmallow is disappointed, not like the marshmallow is not the disappointment. The marshmallow is disappointed. Yeah. Where's the also why was the game mute? What happened to the game sound?
The what?
There's no sound of the game. The game is quiet.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, there we go. Now we have game sound. Okay, I'm gonna find the water thing. Pearl Deep Tiger. Why in the portal is not working? Why are some of these deactivated or something?
Might be. If they don't have an exit and an entrance.
Yagul. Motor, yeah, that one, Motor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least today we're having a nice, big, juicy audience, you know? To
Yeah.
throw ideas. Goodness. Where are you? Should probably equip a bow. Yeah, he'll get there. Oh, Motor is almost dead. Who's damaging
Yeah,
Motor
we've been
so
wailing
much?
on it.
We're doing pretty well. We need a bowman.
She packs a punch, though. I almost died earlier.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
same.
wolf got to me. What the fuck? I died.
Lucy got Motor.
Yeah, because the
Oh.
wolf attacked me from behind randomly.
That sucks.
Lucy's work there is done. Yeah, I'm done. I came here for moral support. I guess I'm gonna go back for my stuff. At least I did not lose my equipment. See, Dr. Jones, that's why I play the good game, like Resident Evil 6.
Good game.
Yeah,
You're such a sore loser.
I am. But that's what's cute about me. Being a sore loser is considered a endearing trait.
Oh god.
in
Oh
people.
man.
Being salty,
At the
bitter,
end,
and
too.
miserable, those are the traits that are considered endearing and cute.
I'll wait for you.
I mean, you can finish it. I did like 95% of the fight.
I'm so tired of this rhetoric of, yeah, I know that technically speaking, Ukraine is invaded by Russia, but can we just for a moment talk about how Ukraine is awful and actually deserves to lose? You know?
Wait, Brooks is anti-Ukraine?
Well, he says that President Sandy is largely correct, so... Oh, in Kobe, your gravestone is here.
Yeah, he died on
Yep.
the last bit of the fight there.
You're gonna die on this hill, Inko? Die on this hill?
Yeah, I'm gonna die on the hill.
But,
Ukraine has the right to self-determine. There you go. How's that for a hot take?
Hmm. You're a Nazi. That's all I have to say about that.
Apparently.
I put the loot in your gravestone. So there's the head and then the dragon tears.
Yeah, the freeze
Whoa.
gland.
Excellent. We'll have to make some chicken later.
Like, as we said earlier, like, I understand the whole logic behind the argument, but it seems like, I don't know, splitting hair at some point.
So disappointing, this whole thing. At least Kevin Logan has some level of sense.
Alright, I'm gonna clear my inventory.
I am gonna look for the context of that, by the way. When did he say that?
The context of what?
Zelensky saying that Ukraine should be like Korea.
In what sense? Like Korea?
Which Korea?
South Korea. President
Well,
Volodymyr
Russia-
Zelensky has suggested a potential Korean scenario for Ukraine where a ceasefire is reached without a formal peace treaty, allowing a democratic Ukraine to rebuild and prosper, heavily backed by US security guarantees. While admiring South Korea's post-war economic and democratic rise, Zelensky knows that the Russian threat is significantly greater than the North Korean one. Yeah, it's basically like I said in the chat when Brooks said that Zelensky wants a forever war because he said that he wants Ukraine to be like South Korea and South Korea is at war.
Well,
That's
he
because
doesn't
Russia
say-
wants to perpetually invade Ukraine. Yes.
Thing is, he didn't say like, "Oh, I want that." He said like, "Oh, it's a possibility."
Yeah, but whatever. I'm so tired. This is the Western left on Ukraine.
And I would say again, that would be a better alternative than the whole of Ukraine being taken by Russia. Which sucks.
Well,
still,
I
being a
guess,
forever war like
it's just
Korea,
Ukraine is
but-
going on a bad path of wanting a forever war and enslaving everybody. God damn. God damn.
Like being in a frozen conflict would suck, but it would be better than
Where is
whatever
everybody? Gee, damn.
Russian victory would lead to.
I went to unload my inventory
I'm in
back
some
at the base.
weird bit, like that's, I don't know, on the other side of the globe or something.
Oh, whoa. You went to the You went through the Gerhofa portal?
The cavern, something.
That's where the mini boss is.
Oh.
Ooh.
Are you winning, Lucy? No. I never win. I can never catch a break, it seems. Me too, yeah, we got this in common. I'm sure Zelensky would choose Russia, not trying to invade bases if, yeah. I'm sure all of the countries that are neighbors to Russia would. Like, I remember I've had a little bit of a debate in DMs with Brooks about Russia, for that matter. When
What was the?
oh, something,
disagreement about?
oh, something I love, I dislike something about Russia, but I love the Russian culture, I think. And
Okay.
it got into me talking to Brooks how actually Russian expansionism and imperialism is actually pretty baked into that culture, I'm sorry to say.
I mean, isn't it? What's the name of that thing?
It's like when I remember when we in DMs we were talking about it. Where's the? How do I go home? I remember that Brooks at one point said, "Yeah, I like Russian culture. I like borscht. I like this. I like that." And I said, "Oh, all these things that Russia took from other countries. You mean that are not Russian at all? You know?"
I mean, there is a Russian version of all of them.
Yeah, but to call it inherently Russian is basically doing the thing.
I mean, yeah, it's like
It is doing the thing that Russia does with the
Actually,
basically.
I'm trying to find an equivalence, and I cannot find one quite exactly like that. I guess Israel a little bit, right?
Yeah.
When they keep claiming different cultures' food.
Yeah. Where am I? How do I go back home?
There's a portal called
Where?
Motor. That should bring you home.
Where's that portal? I don't see it. There's a portal
I'll
called
come get you.
motor. There you go. I'm going for the motor. Oh. My life is a fairy tale, but the author is German. Oh, the Grimm fairy tale? I've been abandoned, yeah. Hello. Should have called in and debated everybody. You know?
Oh, you found the training ground?
Yeah.
I also put like wooden weapons and stuff in here and arrows and all that.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
You do get experience points actually from the test dummies.
Really?
Yeah, but I think it's less than actual combat.
I mean, fair enough.
True. But I don't abandon people to Tarzan, so. So what are you doing now?
Okay,
We're
so
waiting for you.
we can either, what did I say? We can fight Gerhoffa, the mini boss. We
Oh.
can gather
what's
iron.
that boss weak against?
Probably fire.
Oh, okay.
It's at the Howling Caverns that you got lost at.
Can you give me more fire arrows then?
Yeah.
Simon Pierre
And,
Dubé, it's not too late for setup discussion with Sandy or Brooks. I would recommend Brooks though. Yeah, but I don't know. Brooks would need to respond to my DM or something.
We can also optionally just explore the plains and like raid villages and stuff.
So you're saying we could do Viking shit?
Yeah.
Raiding sounds pretty fun, but beating a werewolf up sounds also pretty fun. We can do both. We have time.
That's
Right,
true.
Lucy?
Yeah. Do we have time?
I don't know. What time is it in Warsaw?
Oh, I'm in Kiev.
Oh,
We've
well,
only
in
been
Kyiv.
playing for like 30 minutes.
We're just gonna leave Lucy and read, bro. They all do. They all do.
Lucy, where'd you go?
I go to hunt boars because in real life it's a sin to hunt boars, so I take the opportunity to do what I cannot do in real life. Oh, the boar escaped my grasp.
You have the thirst to kill.
Yeah, boars. I told you that the government wanted to kill Warsaw boars, but the citizens were like, protect the boars.
That's kind of odd, but okay.
People were like, leave the boars alone, you monsters, and the government had to change plans about culling the boars.
It's like
Why
with
were
the,
they wanting to kill all the boars?
I don't think they wanted to kill all of them. They wanted to cull the boar population because there are a lot of boars in Warsaw, apparently.
At least they're not doing that with the bison.
Hmm?
At least they don't have those planned for the bisons.
Oh no, Poland is actually rebuilding the bison population.
Which is good.
Lucy, stop moving. I'm trying to give you your arrows that you requested.
Yeah. Okay, we've got... okay, shall we go do that boss or something?
Yeah.
Probably take some frost potions. Since it like throws
do I
ice
have
and
any?
stuff. I just put some where you were.
Oh, where? Where was I? There you go. Man. So sad. Lucy PC gonna overheat. No, it's not because the thing that makes the PC overheat the most is me plugging in the capture card. And now I'm just playing Valheim on the old laptop. I don't need the new laptop to launch Valheim, you know?
You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, running in.
Might have to end it sometime and get to work.
What are you gonna work on?
I'm gonna look through bills.
fair enough. Necessary. Oh, hello, dragon.
As in bills proposed to the House of Representatives.
Hmm.
Grifharia, yeah, that's the pearl.
Gerhofa, yeah.
Grifgage.
Then Lucy complain when we mispronounce Polish names.
Yeah. Because I'm a chauvinist.
Mm.
And a Nazi.
Yeah, you're a Polish chauvinist. You hate everyone except Polish.
And Ukrainian, of course.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, you are born in Kiev.
That's true. Wars are
Well,
cute. They are cute.
That is dark.
That's a dead end.
That is
Oh,
more
I
than
hear
Polish.
the
That is
noise.
Polish plus, actually. Dr. Jones.
Wait, what is Polish plus?
What Dr. Jones wrote in the chat.
Okay, and what if I cannot read the chat?
He wrote that Polish enough for you? And I said, yeah, that's Polish plus, basically.
Mashes keyboard. Accidentally speaks Polish.
Oh. Hello there.
Dead end.
What do you do with the crystals?
The ones that you can gather, you
Yeah.
can build crystal walls, which are basically like windows.
Ooh, that's nice.
Where's the mini boss? Why are we fighting?
Oh
the
Jesus!
We're looking for the mini boss. Oh, that's like 4.
Oh my! I died. Do you have a revival potion or something? No, there's no revival potion.
Nope. I
That's
don't
not a
think so.
thing.
You know what I think?
A lot of things.
Oh my god, I lost my weapons. Right? I thought to myself, hey, maybe I'll just fix the bow since I'm here, but no. You know what I think? I think there is a revival potion, you just don't want to use it on me.
Oh, I got some Ferris hair.
If you do some serious grinding, you can get yourself a set of Fenris armor.
Ooh, okay, that sounds pretty cool, honestly.
It increases
Thank you,
sprints
Big
by
J.
15%, and there's Fenris claws that go with it.
Ooh, so that's like perfect for people who fight with their fists.
Yeah.
Dead end.
One moment. You want me to be a furry?
A furry?
Dr. Jones wants me to be a furry.
Well, I didn't know Dr. Jones was into that. But,
Victor Orban is quitting. The parliament.
Orban is what?
Quitting
Ah.
Hungary's parliament and going to the US for a trip. Cool.
Sure. That's exactly what America needs right now.
Hmm. I need to. How is everybody doing? Is everybody still watching the stream? How many loyal viewers have stayed for this?
That's a good question.
Yes, Maya Mayor is here. Maya Mayor is always here for me. If I can count on anyone, it's a Maya Mayor, you know? Did you know this about Maya Mayor?
Well, now I do.
Hello, Polyphonica. That's true. Can always count on you as well. What does this bird want from me? I have a feeling this place could be more challenging than mine might. Wow, thanks, bird. Brilliant.
Is it a bat?
A crow.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Well, that might be the boss.
Where the hell is World Gate? Where the hell is the... Where am I? Where's my body? Where's my body?
Somewhere in the tunnel.
Yeah. Oh, I think I see it. Where's all of you?
We are preoccupied with the boss.
The hell? Without me?
I mean, he kind of
We didn't mean to find
us.
it.
Yeah.
That's kind of rude, isn't it? I thought we were cool. You know? Is this the boss?
Hello, Lucy.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the boss.
I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him good. Die.
That hurts.
Here's a health potion.
Yeah, Lucy, you're in trouble.
The only thing in trouble is trouble itself. Have you heard that saying?
We should stop shoving him into the little alley.
Here we go. I killed
Nice
him.
kill. Oh, he dropped a chest.
Nice.
Where's the chest?
One of you took it, I don't know. But you give it
I
to
got
the
the chest.
clothing merchant and it unlocks more of her store.
Also, I got a trophy. See? I'm useful. I killed the boss.
You did?
Well, I see how it is, Lucy.
Oh,
Dr.
that's another
Jones,
werewolf.
You're the Resident Evil
Oh, God.
6 professional.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez.
I told
jeez.
you.
I had no chance.
You saw how many. I just entered the room, they were all there.
Oh my god, I died again.
I think we all did.
We all
No,
died.
Only I died. You fainted. I died. There's a difference. We're not the same.
Damn.
We're not the same. God, I have to become the clutch Lucy. Yeah, I'm clutching my pearls. I have to become the big voice in this space. Isn't that right, Greater End?
About clutching pearls?
Among other things, yeah.
Let's not
That's not why.
become the voice of pearl clutching.
What's wrong with pearl clutching? Why is Dr. Jones not joining us in Valheim?
He's coming back from the museum.
What museum?
Ooh.
He went to see trolleys.
That's racist.
Trolleys.
Yeah, trolley museum.
That's
Ah.
racist.
Oh, that's cool.
No, it's racist.
I hope
Like
they had
the
an
Wolf
exhibit
Skull
about
Dark?
the trolley problem.
The Trolley Problem Museum with all the bones and bodies, mangled bodies of the people that were.
Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly.
sacrificed
They're like,
them.
if the trolley problem would happen, here's the exact model you would need.
No, it's not if. It's the museum of it happening with all the mangled
For
bodies.
this next exhibit, you will actively participate in the trolley problem.
These are the mangled corpses of all the people sacrificed in the trolley problem. What the hell? Oh, I'm going in.
Gonna have to find our way again. That's a dead end.
I found it.
think.
Lucy fighting against the American continent left, I guess. Arc.
Oh, I'm in North America. Don't put me in in the battle on Ukraine.
Like,
Another
God
one.
damn, there was so many times where it was just, yeah, the left is crazy on Ukraine. Was like, come on, no, that's not true. No, come on.
Would you say, Lucy, that this is as people said like a couple years back, unbombed opinion from?
Yes. Yes, I would. Kevin Logan put it best, okay? It's weird Westoid brain. Baby's first anarchism, okay? Thank
Oh, that's a
God
lot
for
of
Kevin
werewolf.
Logan. Thank God for Kevin Logan. I swear. Isn't that right, Greater? Right?
Who's Kevin Logan again? Ice. I just jumped down the pit.
Did you survive? Oh, you did.
The British left tends to be this. Don't save the Logan, yeah. So sad about this state of affairs.
Now, let's not apologize for the British part, okay?
There is no God. Yes, there is. I was about to make a super smart joke about God existing in some form, but I'm spent. I'm sorry. This is not
I
right.
can tell.
I'm not all that funny to begin with, so let's not force it.
You do sound a bit tired today. Which makes sense. We've been talking for a while earlier today.
Yeah, and I have work to do after. I have to do the history thing. I have to do the Janusz Korczak thing.
Ooh, Fenris Claw.
God is dead. That's right. Because he took everything from me.
Alright, I think we went through the whole place, right?
Cool.
I think there's still a lot more.
Oh, really?
Cool.
Yeah, we only went, like, when we first came into the cavern, there was 3 directions, and we just went down the middle.
We didn't open that gate. Never mind. There's nothing behind.
Yeah.
Because
Dr. Jones got into it. Got into the meat of the matter.
Oh, Fenris hair. I need dope.
You want to carry the Fenris stuff? We can consolidate our inventories.
Oh yeah, drop everything Fenris on the floor. I'll pick it up.
I think Lucy picked it up.
I
Yeah,
did
Lucy
pick it
took
up.
everything.
Yeah. It's all mine now.
Lucy's the true Fenris.
Wow, Lucy, I thought we were a team.
I don't have teammates. I only have people that I exploit for my state needs. Social
Good
extent. Anyway, I
outfit.
disagree that referring to a natural structure as insert emotionally loaded term here is in a form of moralizing, given from what I've read of the Antichrist seems to suggest otherwise.
Also, every side is moralizing on Ukraine, especially.
That's totally not moralizing when you say that Zelensky is just wants a forever war.
And he's enslaving his own people.
What would even be his incentive for that? Why would he want that?
Because
I guess South Korea makes a lot of money.
yeah, because it's the best way to be super rich and a client state for the United States, because it's always all about the United States from the perspective of people living on the American continent. The end
But the United
begins and
States
ends
under
with the
Trump,
United
like, wants nothing to do with Ukraine.
Allegedly, but actually in reality it super does.
I think you guys got lost.
Yeah, I am lost. I don't know where I'm going.
This way.
Help me. Oh, there it is.
Up the stairs.
Ah, now we can go. Was looking for those stairs.
I should eat something later.
What's your plan for dinner?
Fried chicken.
That sounds pretty good. Haven't had that in a while.
Maybe on Monday I'll eat a fillet of fish. Yeah, that's yeah. Also, I take a little bit of just. I'm sorry, but I just. I don't know. It feels like Brooks is just reflexively defending President Sunday, because when I said that he called Ukraine a Nazi state, Brooks' response was, "But that's all states." Like, so what? All states are Nazi states now?
I don't think
No,
that
that's-
fits.
That's incredibly reductive.
Sorry, I'm eating peanuts.
Sorry.
I'm eating peanuts.
Oh, wait, who's here?
Fair enough, fair enough. Hello.
Who do I have the pleasure of talking to?
Oh, Jenny. Jenny is here.
Jenny is here? You're here?
Yeah, I'm here.
We came from that way.
Wait, have I talked to you before?
I think I have. No, I think I might have met you before. Yeah, I have. But I don't remember when was the last time I
Also,
saw.
you're live because I'm streaming.
Huh?
Don't say any slurs.
Oh, what?
How did you wait? You do know that the server is mine and that I'm a streamer, right?
Yeah. I was invited here. No, okay, no.
Oh.
Niggas look on the lead. Uh-huh.
Zoshelix says, we're all products of our drives. Brooks has more mental focus on this stream. Polyphonic, but couldn't that be used to justify denouncing support for any oppressed nations? Yes, it could. It could. I don't know. Wait, who invited you to the server?
Neil?
Sorry?
Yeah, Neil.
Wait, who?
Neil.
Nail?
Yeah.
Who's Nail?
Someone with someone who's here. He has like a grass profile pic with like grass and stuff like that.
Have you seen any of my streams, perchance?
Yeah, I've seen some before, but I think it's been a while.
Oh.
I don't know.
Do you know what I do?
I assume you're a YouTuber who makes some like gaming streams and stuff like that.
Oh no, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've not been a VTuber. I show my face now.
Okay. Actually, yeah, I think I've seen you do that before. Like
And I
you do.
do journalism in Ukraine as well.
Oh, okay. What specifically when it comes to Ukraine you're looking for?
Sorry?
What specifically are you looking for when it comes to Ukraine?
What do I report on, do you mean?
Yeah, like who you're reporting on right now. Like,
Children and their situation in the war.
no. Okay.
I'm in Kiev right now. Yes, Zoshelix? I mean, yeah, I guess you would, but I don't know. I don't.
Well, sorry, I'm just thinking that.
Aesthetic tools. I mean. Whoa, what the hell? In Kub, what happened to
What
you?
happened? Oh,
Got pounced.
yeah, I got jumped by 7 werewolf, the classic.
Oh. Wait, are we going back there?
Apparently I cannot take
I
7 werewolf by myself.
That feels like a skill issue, to be honest.
You had to say in a fight, right?
The good news is I think we cleared the cave.
Feels like a skill issue to me. Got them.
It very much is. It does look pretty cleared. That fucking room.
And whoever took the chest, I think, because I already gave a chest to the
Oh, I
shopkeeper,
remember that.
so I guess it's just like a trophy, a war trophy. So whoever wants to have a chest next to their whatever.
You sound
Do
like
that.
a robot.
Yeah, your internet is.
Me?
Yeah,
You
internet's
have an
freaking out.
American internet. I'm sorry. What are you doing?
Mining.
What the hell are you doing here?
Exploiting the earth.
Like destroying the landscape. What are you even mining for here?
Silver?
That's wrong. That's just wrong.
We must kill the natural beauty and exploit its resources.
Capitalist.
Yes.
God.
Industry.
Look, it's that or being in a forever war against the Grid War.
Too American.
Away.
Oh yeah, the server is struggling.
Oh, I cannot. It's too hard. My
Oh, you're right, you have
little-
the egg tier pickaxe. Don't you have an iron one?
No. Do I? I don't know.
I feel like you should.
I have a bronze axe.
Well, it's not a pickaxe.
No, I don't have a. I have a fender claw. I don't have a iron pickaxe now.
Oh, that's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, disappointment. But disappointment, just like Homelander is to Soldier Boy.
No, watch the boys, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry?
No, watch the boys, I don't know what you're talking about.
Cannot believe you did not watch The Boys. Right, Rain, have you watched The Boys?
No. That's a superhero thing.
I guess you could say
Yeah.
that.
I mean, they're like villains and stuff to the regular person, basically. Isn't that the premise?
It's basically about a company that created a serum that makes people into superhumans, and there's this group of superheroes, quote unquote, that are the property of the company. And there is a group of guys that are trying to take them down. They're called the Boys.
Okay, I'll be right back, but I got some food right now.
So
Bon
good, so good.
appetit.
Yeah, enjoy your meal.
Yeah, see ya.
Oh, my inventory is full.
So what other... Oh, I forgot to ask the person what other streamers did I watch?
Do any of you have slots in your inventory open?
Lucy has an
I
entire
have too much
Discord
work.
full of people who don't even know who she is, lol. Thanks. I love how people enter the voice chat in the server that's the Lucy server and like, who are you again? Is that right,
I
Creator?
mean, you could lie instead, and
I
You could
feel
lie.
rude when someone I know joins and want to be like, "Who are you?" But that doesn't come out right, I don't think.
It's okay to be rude sometimes. It's the Polish, it's the Slavic way. Alright. I've done the deeds. We were supposed to do a reading today, but unfortunately that was not in the cards. Very unfortunate.
what exactly do you want to read?
You were not here for the reading last night?
Oh yeah, the drugged.
Yeah,
the drug
we
one.
were
Yeah.
supposed to be continuing that.
Ah.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I might lie down a bit, but we've defeated a whole boss, and by we, I mean you and I watched,
Ah, you beat the second one and even got a chest.
Oh, that's true. Or at least I did the finishing blow.
I were there for a good chunk of it.
You got there and it was still had half its life left.
Yeah. Honestly, for the second one, I was the one watching.
You humble me. You like a humble bundle. Do you know what a humble bundle is?
The website?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
With
know what it
games
is.
and books and stuff.
Yeah, I got the. Well, I don't know if it was Humble Bundle that was making it, but it was like a bundle of Pathfinder 2nd edition books.
Oh no,
For
that's
charity.
cool.
Yeah. So I
I'd
got
like
like
to-
20 books.
I wouldn't mind playing some Dark Sun.
Yeah, that's D&D 2nd edition, right?
Yeah.
You found who there?
Hoodies. Okay. I'm
Hmm?
gonna finish stream for now. Thank you all for being here. And I'm gonna lie down a bit before I continue the grueling work.
Sorry I didn't talk much.
It's
It's all
okay.
good. It's all good.
Oh, what other streamers
sleep
do you
well.
watch, by the way?
What other streamers do I watch? I actually don't really watch that many streamers right now. It's just mostly, I just kind of jumped on as well. I sometimes jump onto VCs and stuff like that, to check things out.
I see.
I'm not a free roll or anything. I'm just I go check them in, to see like who I can talk to and all that.
Yeah.
Hey Lucy.
Yeah.
Before you go, can you clear out your inventory?
What do you mean?
And I'll put it in like the public chest.
Oh, Fenrir Claw? Silver Ore? Wolf Fang?
Funny enough, I was actually thinking about adding something onto like what you were talking about when it came to Ukraine, because I remember like you were talking about, because I remember you were talking about like how like some people call like Ukraine like a quote unquote Nazi state.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Yeah. Did you hear me talk to Brooks about it just now?
I think I don't know. Maybe a little bit, but what I was gonna say is that I don't think Ukraine is a Nazi state. Of course,
Thank you.
I do think there are Nazis in Ukraine, but I don't think it's a Nazi state itself. No.
Yeah, but there are Nazis in every country, so there's not a special amount of Nazis in Ukraine. Right. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna raid people into someone who will surely appreciate it and raid me back, right?
Hopefully.
Isn't that right, Dr. Jones?
Okay. Okay. Cool. Let's see.
But you are invited
Wait, hold on.
everywhere, Dr. Jones.
You're not-
always.
You're not live anymore, right?
I am live. Why?
Oh, you are live. Oh, I thought. I thought you were going to bed.
Oh yeah, but I still have to raid people. Oh yeah, suminasai. Arigatou gozaimasu.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Alright.
I'm
Yeah,
not
we're
really.
gonna raid into the star. Oh, no, we're gonna raid. Do you want me to raid Brooks? Do
Sure, I
people want
guess.
me to raid Brooks? This is your
Do
chance.
you want to?
I don't know. Brooks is live.
I feel like the conversation went so bad that it made you like kind of depressed.
Yeah, I am sad and depressed now. But that's because I'm a whiny person.
I mean, would be a sign of good faith as opposed to still raid Brook despite everything.
Raid the guy who told you to piss off in no uncertain way. Now that you put it that way, Dr. Jones, I feel like I should do it. You're right. There you go. We're raiding Brooks. I especially
Didn't
raid the
tell
people
you
that tell me to piss off.
off.
Okay,
I'll put the mini bosses
I'm ending this
trophy in
stream
your
too late.
guys'
It's over. It's
room.
over.